Hello, can you hear me? I'm supposed to be live. Let me something right quick. I don't see it. Okay. Hello, can y'all hear? Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear. How come I can't see the chat on my desktop? Okay, you can hear me loud and clear. Good. All right, let me share my screen real quick to see if that works out. Got it. So how y'all doing? I know y'all are glad that Carly, what's that girl's name? Carly Russell. I know y'all are all relieved that she's all safe and sound. But I'll just tell y'all, I wasn't following that story. Like as soon as I saw the story, and then it seemed real sketchy from the beginning, so I really didn't pay it much attention. But I know some of y'all got, kind of caught up in the story, and then come to find out this chick was lying. So I wanted to talk about her a little bit. I found a birth date for her, but I don't know if that's the right birthday. You know how things be inaccurate on the internet sometimes. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. So it's about to be Leo season. Venus is about to turn retrograde tonight. So y'all get ready. Get ready for love. Maybe a return to love. So that's one of the things I'm going to start off with first. I'm going to talk about Venus retrograde and what you can expect. So who's in love right now? If you're in love right now, press a one. If you got a lover right now, if you're in love, if you're in the beginning stages of love, press one. Nobody's pressing one. Where's all the ones at? So nobody's in love? Not your lover put two. Where's the ones at? Hey, Adrian, let me shout some of y'all out. We got conservative free spirit up in here. Hey, what's up? We got ex girl. Hey, Jeanette. Hey, shamanic journey. Hey, conservative. Hey, Scar Al, first diggable planet in the house. Hey, shamanic journey. I think I already called you up. What's up, Beverly? Y'all gonna have to forgive me. I am rusty. It's been a while since I went live. Who else we got up in here? Hey, Dars Lilith. What's up? Hey, Derek. Jupiter going wild up in the house. Hey, Joel. Sun in the ninth. We got Kawaii Honey up in the house. And Kawaii Honey has sponsored tonight's video about Mars and Virgo because she got Mars and Virgo. So, Kawaii, I hope you appreciate this video. But we're going to get started with some current events first. Shawnee, she said, "Oh my God, where have you been?" You know what? I've been cruising. Let me tell you, I just came back from a solo trip, solo cruise, and I had an amazing time. This was my first solo cruise, and it won't be my last. I mean, I was just so relaxed, and I just did whatever I felt like doing, and it was really beautiful. And it was only a weekend cruise, so it was nice to get away for 3 days and just be on that ocean. It's just something about being out there on that ocean just does something to me. And I do got Sun conjunct Neptune, Pisces intercepted in the second house. So yeah, most definitely. I had a great time. So if anybody is considering solo traveling, especially like taking a solo cruise because I have experience with that now. I'm like, go ahead and do it. You'll love it. And I didn't feel alone really. I'll say the time where I felt alone the most was like dinner time. But other than that, like it's real easy to blend in with everybody on the ship and stuff like that. A lot of times when people go on cruises as groups and stuff, they end up doing some things on their own anyway. So yeah, I didn't feel alone. I was just like, I was loving it. I was loving the whole thing. So let me share my screen and see if this comes up. All right. We want the slideshow. Jupiter Going Wild said, if I take a solo trip, I will stay on the resort, no random sightseeing. Well, you could do the sightseeing, but it's best to go with a group, especially if you go to one of them sketchy countries like Dubai. I mean, United Arab Emirates, and that's where Dubai is at. I have no desire to go to Dubai. Me and my daughter, we were talking about that tonight because I don't like the restrictive policies and shit like that. And I know they say it's not that bad and all that, but I just can't. And I don't want to be anywhere where the majority of men look down on women or where it seems like, women are considered less than. If I want to see some palm trees, I could go outside. I got palm trees where I'm living. And I could go to the islands if I want that, clear blue water. I could go to Hawaii. There's a bunch of places I can go. I'm not really keen on Dubai. Indigo Child. What's up, Indigo? He said, I'm staying my ass on the boat. That's what I did for the weekend cruise. I didn't go. I didn't go off the ship, and because it was Ensenada, Mexico, and I've been there already, I really didn't have a desire to go off the ship. And Ensenada, Mexico, it's a little ghetto anyway, so it's really not much to see there. It's like the tip part of Mexico, like the very beginning part of Mexico before you get deep into Mexico. Joel said Dubai have a dark side. I thought about that. So we're going to talk about Venus retrograde. So Venus retrograde July 22nd to September 2nd. So it's going to start off at the 28th degree of Leo, and then it's going to be at the 12th degree of Leo once it goes direct. This shit is all delayed. Ooh, it'll be messing with me. Okay, so there it is. It pops up then. And then we're going to talk about the nodal shift. So the nodes have changed signs. So we're going to talk about the Aries North Node, Libra South Node, and what we can expect for that over the next 18 months. Mimi said, if you go to Hawaii, don't go to Honolulu. It's a tourist trap. I've been to Honolulu before. I had a good time, but I went with a friend, so it wasn't really like I was off to myself. But I heard Hawaii's getting bad. All the places, just America's getting bad, period. But I saw this video of these dudes just loading up their cart. It was like at a Home Depot in Hawaii with these like tools and shit, and they was just walking right out. And they said that was like the fourth time that they did that. So they're wilding out in Hawaii too now with the theft. All right, so we're going to talk about the nodal shift. We are also going to get into a couple of celebrities, namely Jamie Foxx, because he's finally come out of his foxhole and revealed that he's doing okay, but he's been through hell, he said. He's trying to squash the rumors about him being a clone or being cloned and all that type of stuff. I'm sure a lot of y'all saw that clip already of Jamie Foxx making that statement. But I had already did like a mini reading on Jamie Foxx back when he first was in the hospital and all that. That's on my Patreon. So sign up for my Patreon if you want the inside scoop about that in terms of transits. But I'm going to touch on some of the transits he's dealing with as well. Indigo said, that ain't Jamie Foxx. Well, I noticed he was like 2 shades lighter, but I was like, that just means that he's been inside all this time. But somebody was saying that image of him on the boat was not Jamie Foxx. And then what's up with the movie that he was working on? What was it called? Something about clones? Somebody's been cloned. All right, so and again, we're going to get into that main news story, dealing with that damn Carly. Damn it, Carly. That's what her parents are saying. They like, not again, Carly. But you can look at her face, and I'm sorry, she got a face of a liar. I'm sorry, sometimes you can tell. Vanessa said, hi, Rabina. I ended up getting an apartment. Things did get better. Oh, bless it. Yes, very good. I'm so glad that worked out for you. Conservative said, is it publicity for his new movie or nose candy? Indigo said he looks like the color of raw chicken. Okay, so Venus in Leo retrograde. So again, it starts tonight, 7/22, July 22nd to September 2nd. 28th degree of Leo, that's what we're looking at. With that 28th degree, that 28, it compounds the Leo energy because 28 breaks down to 1. And the 28 is about trusting. And it warns of being too trusting. So while Venus is at the 28th degree of Leo, you got to be a little more discerning. Nacho Lover, I'll be doing super chat readings after I get through the Mars and Virgo. That's if I even have the energy for it, because the Mars and Virgo video is going to be a little extensive. Mimi said, I told my mom there's always a reason I don't seem to be interested in certain people, topics, because my soul knows there's some bullshit in there. That's why I be sticking to myself most times, because people just don't understand. So Venus in Leo retrograde. So we're going to talk about some of what could play out, some of what that you should do or shouldn't do. Not really anything that's going to be too catastrophic with Venus retrograde in Leo. You might be getting your heart broken. I'll just say if some lover from your past returns, just be careful. Now, Venus in Leo retrograde had me thinking about celebrities. So Leo rules celebrities. So we might hear some news about a celebrity death. It might be a very prominent celebrity, or where a celebrity gets into some type of trouble. So that's number one. Also, social venues. Be a little bit more careful and selective when it comes to going out and having a good time, because Leo rules entertainment. And when you got Venus in Leo, that's entertainment venues, basically. So, some things could get a little crazy, could be some drama at an entertainment venue. I'm not saying don't go out and have a good time, but heed your intuition. If something's telling you something ain't right with this place, or something's telling you to go to some other venue than the one that you're accustomed to or whatever, then yeah. So Tony Bennett just passed. So don't be surprised if some other prominent celebrities pass while Venus is in retrograde. So again, there could be some drama that ensues. And on a personal level, you got to think about what house Venus is transiting. So whatever house Venus is transiting, that's where you could experience some drama. So if Venus is transiting your 5th house, you could experience some drama with a lover, but also a child. If Venus is transiting your 7th house, it could be with just about anybody, but if you're in a relationship, it could be with your partner. If it's transiting your 1st house, you could be the one kicking up the drama. Hey, Tara. You could be the one starting the drama. If it's the 10th house or the 6th house, the drama could be occurring with a coworker, your boss, drama going down in the workplace. Try not to feed into it. But rekindling the flames of an old romance. That's a big theme of Venus retrograde in Leo. So don't be surprised if one of your exes contacts you. Don't be surprised if you get a hankering for contacting one of your exes. If Venus retrograde is transiting your 12th house, it just might come through a dream. You might have dreams of a past lover. You might have dreams of a future lover. So the whole lovey-dovey thing, the rekindling the old flames of romance, very Venus in Leo, especially if it's transiting your 5th house, your 7th house. If it's your 3rd house, they could be more about all talk and no action, because that 3rd house is about communication. But also, Venus in Leo retrograde in the 3rd house can just produce a short fling. Even in the 5th house, it can produce a short fling that could be over by the time Venus turns direct. So just go into these love affairs, whether it's a love affair from the past or a new one, just go into it with a little caution, take it slow. If it should occur while Venus is retrograde, don't go crazy. Don't be all like Beyonce, looking so crazy in love and all that type of stuff. Bad investment. So bad investments is another issue that could come with Venus retrograde. It could even be in the form of somebody approaches you on some multi-level marketing type of scheme or some type of pyramid scheme or whatever. But with investments, you just got to be careful when Venus is retrograde in Leo, because you could be losing some money, but you may not see it until Venus moves forward, perhaps in the Scorpio. You might really be regretting it then, or maybe once it enters Pisces. So bad investments is another theme. Be careful with the crypto, or just be careful with investments, period. You might get news that there's been a change to your 401k plan at work. You might be withdrawing from your 401k plan, especially if Venus retrograde is in your 8th house. Also, you could just be making some changes to your investment portfolio. You could be trying to make it more secure. So that's another thing that comes with the investment theme. Bad sex. So Venus retrograde in Leo could deal with a disappointing lovemaking session. Sex that is lackluster. Sex that leaves you wanting for more, but not in a good way. Sex that leaves more to be desired. That could take place with Venus in Leo retrograde. But on the other end, you could be getting back into the sex game, and it could be really good, but be careful again, because your heart could be on the line. Look to your children. Just like in the movie Eve's Bayou, remember she was like, look to your children? Because Leo rules children. So when Venus is retrograde in Leo, your child could be going through some type of issue. If they're an adult child, they might need to borrow some money. So don't be surprised if some issue comes up involving a child, if you have one. Or even if you don't have one, it could be some child that just ruins your day for whatever reason. All right, what else we got? Spending sprees. Now, Venus in Leo is not really good when it comes to saving money. So when Venus is retrograde in Leo, it's going to be even more so the case. So let's say that Venus is transiting your 2nd house while it's retrograde in Leo. You're really going to have to watch your bank, because you could be overspending. You could be seeing some nice things, and it could be really hard to resist. And by the end of Venus retrograde, and you look at that bottom line, you look at your account balance, and you're like, God damn. So, yeah, you're going to want to have a good time with Venus and Leo, even when it's retrograde, but you could be having too much of a good time. So recreational spending is a major theme of Venus and Leo retrograde. So, or just Venus and Leo, period. And when it's retrograde, you could be wanting to really live it up, do it up big, spend more money than what you really have. So be careful with that. Your father. So Leo rules fathers. So you could be rebuilding your relationship with your father, or maybe your father's trying to rebuild a relationship with you. Maybe you won't be having it. Maybe you will. Or you could just be doing some things with your father. You could be going back to visit him if you live a long distance away from him. He might call on you for something. So the father theme, especially in terms of your relationship with your father, or it could be a money matter involving the father, could come up as well with Venus retrograde, especially if you got it in your fourth house. Receiving more attention than usual, especially if Venus is transiting your first house or even your third house, 10th house. You could be getting more attention than usual. If it's transiting your 6th or 10th, you could be getting more attention at work. It could be positive attention, but it may be negative attention because Leo is just attention, period. So just be more mindful of what you're doing. Realize that there could be more eyes on you than usual. So, yeah, the whole attention thing. And the ego will tend to be heightened when Venus is in Leo retrograde, especially dealing with the people that you encounter. So don't be surprised if you encounter some people where it seems like their egos are overblown. You might encounter more narcissistic types, or it might seem that people are more narcissistic. Challenges with the boss is another theme that could come with Venus retrograde in Leo, because Leo rules leaders and authority figures. So there could be some issues that arises with your boss, and there might be a need to address it once Venus turns direct, especially if Venus is transiting your 6th house or your 10th house. And people may seem to be more competitive. So if it's in your 6th or 10th, it might be some coworkers that seem like they're being extra competitive. If Venus is in your 7th, it might be just somebody in general that's being more competitive or seems like they are. It could be a partner that is trying to compete with you for whatever reason. Uh-oh, wait a minute. What's going on? Indigo up in here deleting messages. Indigo, what's up? What's going on, Indigo? You said Leo the attention whore, right? I know that's right. Jupiter going wild, so I'm always feuding with my managers. I hate his no-neck, bald-headed ass. Okay, what was Mimi saying? Because Indigo going to town. Indigo, is everything all right? And then you may have to swallow your pride with Venus retrograde in Leo. So be careful what you say. Okay, you pressed the wrong button. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you write. Be careful what you do, because you may have to swallow your pride, admit that you were wrong, or admit that you didn't know something, or what have you. So that's basically it. Like, I don't really see too much bad coming out of Venus in Leo retrograde. So hopefully it'll be a lot of good times that come out of it, actually. And when it's retrograde, it can just amplify those good times, but it can also amplify some of the negatives of Leo as well. All right, with that being said, let's talk about this Aries North Node, Libra South Node, and what we can expect. So the nodes are basically storehouses of memory, like I tell my students. So they're basically going to produce some memorable experiences, things that we'll be able to look on in this time period and be like, oh, yeah, I remember when that happened. And then you can look back and be like, oh, yeah, that's because the North Node was in Aries at the time and all that stuff. So just know that the themes of these signs are going to be very pronounced over the next 18 months. So Aries, North Node, Libra, South Node, we can expect more of a battle of the sexes. Basically, we're already dealing with the battle of the sexes. We've been dealing with it for ages. But I'll say over the course of the past 10 years, there's really been a movement of those red pill type of men. Those, what would you call them? Oh, what can't I, MGTOW men. the MGTOW men, and then you got the Passport Brothers. Like, you've got a lot of animosity between the sexes. So expect that to be amplified while the North Node's in Aries, South Node is in Libra, because that opposition is representing the classic battle of the sexes. Hey, Leo. I was just talking about Leo. So gender roles. So the manosphere. Thank you, Tales of Dre and Mimi. The manosphere. Yes. How that has become prominent. So expect more of that. Men are really going to be clamoring for validation and for rights, basically, at the expense of women. And that's the danger of this opposition. You know, it's about balance. But I always say with Libra, rarely are the scales in balance. So with Aries, that Aries North Node, a lot of men are going to be trying to take back their power. And it could be in the worst way. So just be careful. And then you'll have a lot of feminists trying to fight back, because Libra is representing feminism and the opposite sex, which of course is women when compared to men. So also the gender thing. You know how they talk about the pronouns and all that type of stuff with I can't even think, my mind is all messed up. With the gender neutral people and how they got all the different pronouns and stuff, that's dealing with this opposition too. So the Aries is about the pronoun. That's the pronoun because it's dealing with your title, your identity, your name, what you go as. And then that Libra is representing the social mores, but also laws. So don't be surprised if there's some gender-specific laws where it's like, there's already some laws out there, I think in Canada, where you can't misgender someone. So we might see it start popping up in the States and in other areas of the world where you can't misgender someone without breaking a law. So don't be surprised if that comes out more. I declare war. So that's another possible manifestation of the nodes. Aries rules war. Libra is peace. So don't be surprised if a major war breaks out. It could signal the beginning of World War III. Honestly, I believe we've been in World War III because it's more of an information war. But I'm talking about actual physical war where there's bloodshed, bombs, all that type of stuff. Don't be surprised if it happens in a key area that really affects the world. Assassination. Don't be surprised if there is a major assassination or at least an assassination attempt that occurs on a major public official. So keep your eyes open for that one. Snipers. Libra is the sniper. So don't be surprised if there are some sniper attacks. Y'all remember the DC sniper? What was his name? John Muhammad? Who remembers the DC sniper? Because we might have another situation like that crop up. And I should have looked back to see when that DC sniper happened, because maybe, I don't know if the North Node was in Aries back then. But who remembers that? Those that lived in the DC area, I know y'all remember that. There's a delay with the chat, I think. But yeah. So Kawhi said, I do, yeah. And honestly, I remember being surprised when I found out it was a black dude. And remember, it was with his son. But yeah, don't be surprised if there's another sniper like that. So that was in 2003. So 18 years ago, that would have been 2021. So it might have been right when it was 2004. Well, that would be right on point. So Adrian said, my father was in the military. He was a sniper. That's that Libra. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. So yeah, don't be surprised if there's another high-profile sniper situation. Also, there could be more mass shootings at social venues. So again, be careful of where you go while the nodes are in Aries and Libra. Or in social venues might get shot up. And I'm talking about major social venues, could be like in Vegas, New York, LA. There is more than likely going to be more calls for gun legislation, and they're going to blame it on the mass shooting, the sniper attack, and perhaps the assassination. And I already mentioned the laws regarding pronouns. So some of this we could expect to unfold. Gender may be removed from birth certificates in some areas. I think they're already talking about doing something like that in some states. So don't be surprised if that becomes more widespread. Crazy wildfires, 5 alarm fires, cases of arson, because Aries rules all that. People being ruder and more reckless. People becoming more feral and animalistic. People not being able to control their temper. Kawaii Honey said, a terrorist attack happened in UK, injury 2005 while the North Node was in Aries. There we go. High profile court cases. But on a positive end, we can expect the strengthening of the individual. We can expect to become more self-determined. That's if we know how to utilize this energy in the proper way. Self-actualization, and that would really depend on what house that Aries North Node is transiting in your chart. Activation. So activation of whatever you're trying to pursue, whatever you're trying to manifest, and you could be gaining rapid progress depending on the aspects that the Aries North Node is going to be making in your chart, the house placement, all that good stuff. So it's not going to be all bad. That Aries can give you a big push forward, and it can make you go to places where you've never been. And it can make you more courageous when it comes to trying new things. So definitely we could use this energy to our advantage. And I would say get strapped if you haven't already, because again, they might start enacting like really strict gun laws where it's going to be harder to purchase a handgun. So get strapped now. If you haven't done so already, take some target lessons and all that stuff, because that would fit in right with that Aries North Node. All right, so let's talk about some current events. We got this Carly Russell chick. And again, I got a birthday for her, but I'm not sure if this is her actual birthday. I think it was July 22nd, 1997. But who knows? If somebody else has a different birthday, let me know for this Carly Russell, because I want to talk about her, what's in her chart real quick. And then Jamie Foxx again. So this Carly Russell, she kind of looks like Kelly Price, don't she, right here? She giving off that Kelly Price energy, and both her and Kelly Price get on my nerves. I don't even know either of them. I've seen Kelly Price in action. She looked like she would act a lot like Kelly Price. If she just got that look like she got a chip on her shoulder and she ready to pop off, or you just say this one little small thing to her that she take as an insult, and she ready to pop off on you. That smile is not fooling me. So that is her birthday? Okay. And she got lion eyes. I told y'all before about people with lion eyes. She got that lion. She got a lion ass face. My thing was, when the story first broke, I was like, why are they giving all this attention to this one chick in particular when there's so many other women that go missing? But granted, I understand there was a little child involved, or supposedly there was a little child, where they supposedly she saw this little toddler on the highway, and she stopped the car and put the hazards on and tried to go after the child. Next thing you know, there is no child. Next thing you know, you finding out that she went home, and then they took her to the hospital. Then we find out that she went to Target and got some snacks like some Cheez-Its and fruit gushers or whatever the fuck she had. And then she went to a boyfriend's house or went to a motel, spent $107, and was trying to make her ex jealous. Like, what the fuck is going on with this chick? Doesn't she perfect expiate? Yes, she looks completely untrustworthy. And I'm just like, wow. Talk about digging a hole for yourself. But I'm like, why? So from what someone told me, that she did this to get back at a ex-boyfriend? I'm like, you've taken things that far. So Jupiter going wild said this situation reminds me of Tarana Burke minus the racial tension. Here she is. I guess this is her ex-boyfriend, and look at what they're holding. This just shows you right here that she ain't all there. Because ain't no way I'm going to be holding some potentially violent chimp. It'd be one thing if it was a little spider monkey, but I am not holding no damn chimp. You know how crazy them things are? But she the type, she would take a monkey like that and act like that's her child. She that type of crazy. And again, is this the ex-boyfriend that she was trying to get revenge upon or whatever? The perfect escape that she gives me jail vibes too. Like I could see her going to jail. Hell yeah. And where she don't have no remorse for what she's done. Yeah, it's got the bubbles with her and shit. She the type that would take that monkey home, put a diaper on his ass, and rock that baby to sleep. Talking about this is my baby. I heard she got fired from her job because they got tired of her ass. And you know, she probably did they say that she stole some toilet paper too? Like she's stealing toilet paper. Who knows what else the hell she got like under her shirt? I'm just saying. She left the wig in the car, they said, with the did she leave the snacks in the car? But anyway, so this is the birthday I have for her, July 22nd, 1997. And that 22nd can be a motherfucker in terms of the energy that it can cause you to be dealing with. You know what I say? Control or be controlled with that 22. It's also a number of sudden death. It's basically kill or be killed. It can cause somebody to do some outrageous shit and some shit that don't make no damn sense. And I noticed if this is her birthday, her nodes are at the 22nd degree. 22nd degree of Pisces, Lord have mercy. This makes so much sense that somebody like that with Pisces South Node would come up with some elaborate lie like that, especially because Mercury is forming a quincunx with that Pisces South Node. Mercury's in Leo, so it probably was over some damn lover. Especially with Mercury being conjoined to Venus, that's like she can't get her mind off of her lover. So she gonna do some crazy shit to make him feel sorry and try to play the pity role, playing the role of the victim. That's so Pisces South Node. And that's what she was trying to do, trying to act like she got kidnapped. Now, Pisces rules kidnapping too, and she does have a kidnapping aspect in her chart. That's if this is her birthday. She got Sun opposition Neptune. But you know what that can also produce? It could cause somebody to get caught up in an elaborate lie, or where their whole life they've been lying. They just live in a sea of lies. It can result in being hospitalized. It can result in being incarcerated as well. This chick is unhinged. She also has Sun opposition Uranus as well. This is where she could set people against her. This is where she got the internet on fire, talking about her ass, being all concerned. And then next thing you know, we find out it's a lie, and now she's facing the backlash. Now people are like, to hell with this bitch. She got Mars opposition Saturn, so she just doesn't do well with authority. So she was probably giving the cops a hard time. That's probably why they was hesitant to come forward. She probably sent them on a wild goose chase. That's basically what this Mars opposition Saturn is. She sending the cops on a wild goose chase. They just running around in circles. There's no kidnapper and shit, and they feeling dumb as shit. That's why it took so long for them to come forward. Hey, 11th hour, thank you so much for your super chat. That's why it took so long for them cops to come forward. It's that Mars. Oh, I got the drawing tool with me. Hold on. Let me mark up this page. I hope to God this is her birthday because this shit fits. So the Mars opposition Saturn. This is her sending the cops on a wild goose chase, making them believe that there's really some perpetrator out there. There's some kidnapper out there, Sun opposition Neptune. And the cops got egg on their face. They feel dumb as shit when they find out that the whole thing is a fabrication. The whole thing is a lie. She also got Venus squaring her Pluto. And she got moon in Pisces, and that moon could square in Pluto as well. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Can y'all still hear me? I got something saying retry. This looks like it could be her chart. Venus at the 29th degree, that's that love triangle. And look, Venus, she was dealing with her Venus return, well, almost around the time when when the truth really came out. Press one if y'all can, you can still hear me good. So, yeah, she got it bad, especially if this is her chart. It makes a lot of sense that she basically told this elaborate lie, and it would make sense that she did it to get back at someone, Venus square Pluto, to get back at an ex or whatever. But it'll be interesting to see how this story continues to unfold over the next few days or maybe even few weeks. All right, so let's move on to Mr. Jamie Foxx. So Jamie Foxx, like I said, he emerged from his foxhole yesterday, or was it today? I think I heard the news early this morning, and I saw the video clip where he's talking about he went through hell, but he's doing better, and he was saying he was not a clone and all that type of stuff. So I kind of wasn't buying it the way he was acting like everything was okay. I mean, he didn't say everything was okay, but I think he's worse off than what he is trying to claim to be, especially with the transits that he had going down when he first ended up in the hospital. And he's still dealing with this one transit in particular, and it's not going to be done with him until, 2025 perhaps? I'll get into that transit in a minute. And then, but I will say, Sagittarius, which he is not the type to go blabbering about their health problems. Sagittarius really don't want to come across as weak or needy or, frail or anything like that. So I can understand why he kept shit a secret for so long. But look at him right here. He looked like he done saw a goat. He does not look healthy. It looks like he felt forced to come forward, like his hands are tied, like somebody, got a gun in his side, like forcing him to say something. Maybe he was kidnapped. Who knows? I mean, they did say he got into that scuffle on the set of that film, didn't they? Hey, Golden Al, thank you so much for your super chat. You said she and Justy need to couple up. What a conspiracy, those two together, right? You talking about Carly Smollett? Yeah, the Jamie is not looking good. So Indigo, you're saying that is not Jamie. You know what? I will say this. With Jamie Foxx being a Gemini rising, especially with it being at that 14th degree, that could be indicative of him having a clone, especially, check this out. He got Mars. Hold on. Let me get my drawing. He got Mars trying his ascendant. That could be a clone right there. If it's not a clone, that could represent his body double, which we know he has because we've seen his body double on the set of the film. Jupiter. But that Mars trine ascendant, that could be a clone, especially with Mars being in Aquarius, yo. Because Aquarius deals with technology. It deals with like androids and shit. It deals with something that's artificial, something that's been invented. Now, I am skeptical of the whole clone theory, but I'm just saying it's wild that he has this trine right here. But again, like I said, it could represent his body double, that he got somebody that can play his roles at times because they look rather alike. You could put it like that. But Jamie does have some aspects that can deal with him having a stroke, which I believe was the original health condition that he had. And at the time, there was something on his North Node at the time he had that stroke. I forgot what it was. and I don't got time to be pulling up the transit. But here's the transit that's dealing with people speculating that it's not Jamie. Let me clear this out the way. Hold on. All right. So transiting Pluto is forming a sesqui square with his ascendant. That had a lot to do with him being in a frail state. And that transit was in effect back in March when he first went into the hospital. It became exact again in June. So what that transit can do is create some type of mental deterioration. It can also produce a challenge with movement, maybe a challenge with breathing, but it's also dealing with people suspecting that Jamie has either been cloned or that there's some type of body double walking around. Because we're talking about Pluto in Capricorn. That's like somebody being heavily scrutinized. And that's like people are suspect. People are suspicious of who he's presenting. Like, who's presenting? Is it really Jamie or is it somebody else? So I just think that's interesting. The transit that deals with him basically coming back out after being underground is transiting Uranus trine Pluto, and also the sun sextile Uranus. And Pluto is also making a trine with Uranus as well. That's where he basically came out, told his fans, followers that he's surviving or whatever like that, to just satisfy people's suspicions. Pluto trine Uranus, he's satisfying people's suspicions about this whole thing. So very interesting. But like I said, this Pluto aspect, Pluto sesqui square ascendant, it's not done with him. So I think he has about 3 more rounds of it before it's done. This aspect can take him out. This transit, Pluto sesqui square ascendant, so he's not out of the woods just yet. And I think that transit's not going to be over until 2025, because you know how slowly Pluto moves. But that's enough about Jamie Foxx. I really didn't come here tonight for Jamie Foxx. I came here for Mars in Virgo. So who has Mars in Virgo in here? I know Kawaii Honey does, because Kawaii Honey sponsored this video. But anybody else have Mars in Virgo? Soon as I realize, Jupiter says she wants to go to a Maxwell concert. You're the highest of the high. But my favorite song by Maxwell is Lifetime. I was reborn when I was broken. I wouldn't believe. No. Oh, so you got Mars and Virgo at the 29th degree? Been through a storm. No use in holding. I can't listen to that song all the time because I'll break down and cry. Oh my God, y'all don't know what that song does to me. I can let my life pass me by. I could get down and try. All right, so we talking about Mr. Fix-It tonight, which is Mars and Virgo. Mars and Virgo is about fixing, correcting, making things all right. So this video has been sponsored by Kawaii Honey. Thank you, Kawaii, once again for sponsoring another video. You really keep me going. I really appreciate you. Much love to you. Many blessings. Keep them coming. So Kawaii wants to know. He said, I have Mars and Virgo intercepting my 10th house. It is also a part of Earth trine in my chart. Well, that's very auspicious. So that right there should keep you employed. I don't want to hear that you can't find a job, Kawaii, with that Earth trine involving Mars and Virgo. But a job doesn't mean a labor of love. So It's always best to try to find something you really enjoy doing when you got Mars in Virgo, because you're going to be working a lot. So you said, I heard be a bit of a perfectionist and anal at times. That's true. I survive for perfection sometimes, but I become fault finding when I cannot meet the high standard I set for myself. And with that 10th house Mars, you may feel that you're never good enough. So you got to cut yourself some slack, Kauai. That 10th house Mars, especially intercepted in Virgo, can be hard. You could be dealing with people that are like people at your job, your boss that is constantly criticizing you. Your best isn't good enough, but you could also be that way with yourself where you feel like your best isn't good enough. And then if we're talking about men, that Mars in the 10th house intercepting in Virgo, that could be kind of hard to find a man that's really fit for you. It might seem like the men that are attracted to you, they want to manage your whole life. They want to be the boss over you. They want to micromanage you on top of that. So you said, also, my Mars in Virgo squares my Saturn in Sagittarius. Oh, Lord. No, I'm just playing. That can produce inertia, just Mars square Saturn, period. It could produce challenges with growth. It could even be there's times where you're forced to grow before you're even ready, before you even want to. And it can also produce issues with trying to maintain order, trying to live an orderly life. Like, because, you know, Virgo is about order. It's about cleanliness, neatness. But when it's squaring Saturn in Sagittarius, that could be a constant struggle to keep things in order, to keep things neat and clean. You said, I heard this aspect can make some rebellious against authority figures. Yes, it could definitely produce challenges with authority. And you said, I have strained relationships with men, most definitely. With Mars square Saturn, it could be hard to find a man, period. And you could be single for a long time. And then the man that you do find, it could be that he's way too bent upon maintaining his freedom, even though he still wants to be with you at the same time. That's like getting with some man where he wants to monitor your every move, but he also wants to be free to do whatever the fuck he wants to. That's not going to work a lot of times. But you can still find somebody that's good for you. They might be a bit much older than you, and that could be an issue in and of itself because he could be behind the times with respect to some things that you're interested in or that you're trying to do. You said, I can be a bit rebellious sometimes against authority figures when I want my way. I've never been in a romantic relationship, but I do have a strained relationship with my father. That definitely can manifest with Mars square Saturn, having a strained relationship with your father. That could deal with where your father was a consistent or constant presence in your life. You said, for Mars and Virgo, I want the characteristics of the placement. So I'm going to give you the characteristics, both the good and the bad and the ugly. And you said, I also want what celebrities have Mars and Virgo and how this placement plays out in their chart. All right, so let's get into it. First, let's differentiate between the Virgo Sun and the Virgo Mars. So, of course, you're going to have some strong similarities between Sun in Virgo and Mars in Virgo. Basically, is very much one and the same, but it's manifesting a little differently. With Mars being more action oriented, it's basically activating that Virgo energy. So let's talk about the sun and what it represents first. So again, we could differentiate between sun in Virgo and Mars in Virgo, because you got plenty of people that have their sun in one sign, but it's in their Mars is in Virgo. And that Mars in Virgo is definitely going to be prominent in their life. And when you meet somebody, let's say they're a Sagittarius, but they got Mars in Virgo, you might see the Virgo in them first, especially depending on where Virgo is placed in the chart. Especially if Mars in Virgo is rising, you might think that the person is a Virgo before you think about them being a Sagittarius. So with the sun is representing your will, just your will to be, your will to exist, and your will to basically live your life as you choose. And not everybody has a strong will, right? Also, the sun is representing your life force or life itself. It's representing your essence, your very being. Also, the image that you portray. And we have to keep in mind that not everybody's image is true or pure, you could say. Also, the sun is representing your purpose, is representing your vitality as well. Mars. So Mars is your persona. It's also your identity. It's your title, your actions. It's your drive. So Mars produces that drive. And it also brings forth conflicts. That's one of the things you have to keep in mind about Mars and Virgo, where the sun in Virgo just is. That's just Virgo energy. But when we're talking about Mars and Virgo, we're talking about Virgo energy that's infused with conflict, that's conflict oriented. And herein lies the problem with Mars and Virgo, where the sun in Virgo might not experience some of the conflicts that Mars and Virgo does. Also energy. So Mars is pure energy. Mars is also about what are you striving for? So let's get into the strengths of Mars and Virgo. So Mars and Virgo produces a great work ethic. Mars and Virgo is really about skilled trades. You know, just any job, yeah, Mars and Virgo can do, but to really be self-actualized with Mars and Virgo, you really need a skilled trade. You need a vocation. You need to be able to say, I'm this. Like, I am a carpenter. I am a plumber. I am a nail technician. I am an analyst. Things like that. Technical expertise is a major theme of Mars and Virgo. A lot of Mars and Virgo people are coming with technical expertise. They're experts at their work. Craftsmanship. That's another Mars and Virgo term. Craftsmanship. Also, Mars and Virgo people typically are eager to help others, and that's one of the blessings that come with Mars and Virgo. But remember, Mars is about conflict. So in the process of helping certain people, some Mars and Virgo individuals could land themselves in hot water, or they could end up regretting the people or regretting helping the people, especially if the people aren't showing appreciation in return, or they basically realize they're just being used. So Virgo period is about right action or just doing what's right. And Mars and Virgo is about right action. So you have some Mars and Virgo people, at least, where they try to do the right thing. They try to do what is appropriate. Also making corrections and repairs, that's very much Mars and Virgo. Maintenance, very much Mars and Virgo. And Mars and Virgo produces a very good instructor, one of the best. Mars and Virgo period is the instructor. Not the teacher, it's the instructor. There's difference. Gemini is the teacher. Sagittarius is the teacher as well, but on the professor level. But Virgo is the instructor. And the difference is the instructor is actually showing you how it's done. And usually they're showing you in a physical sense, where you have to get up and demonstrate. Also, Mars and Virgo is the analyst. So Mars and Virgo is really good at figuring things out, getting down to the nuts and bolts, analyzing things. The perfectionist, of course, Mars and Virgo, and that's another issue that comes with Mars and Virgo that the Sun and Virgo people may not have to deal with as much. So Sun and Virgo period can be a perfectionist. But with Mars and Virgo, these people may never be satisfied with even their perfection. Now, you could say nobody's perfect. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. But even when you get something near perfect, the Mars and Virgo person may still not be satisfied with their perfection. Also, performing painstaking, meticulous work is very much Mars and Virgo as well. Precision is Mars and Virgo as well. Now, Mars and Virgo is very much inclined towards the military. This is a military man. Women that have Mars and Virgo, gay men that have Mars and Virgo, they could attract men in the military. They could also attract men in law enforcement. Your average police officer is very Mars and Virgo, to protect and serve, to maintain order in the community. So say what you will about cops. There's a part of me that doesn't really like cops, but then there's a part of me that loves cops. And the reason is because cops maintain order, and that's very Virgo. Now, Capricorn rules the police force as a whole, but when we're talking about your lower level cops, the ones that maintain order in society, that's Virgo all day. So as a woman, gay man, don't be surprised if you attract a cop. Don't be surprised if you attract a military man. Or you might want to enlist in the military yourself. Also, Mars in Virgo can be the physician, not doctor, physician. I mean, physician and doctor is one and the same. So Ariel's asking, why is my audio still raggedy? Sis, it's 2023. Well, you know what? We all got our struggles in life, and I'm grateful that my audio is one of my struggles because it could always be worse, right? I'm so grateful that my audio is one of my struggles because I wouldn't want another struggle like not being able to pay my bills and all that type of stuff. So, yeah, I'm grateful for the audio struggle compared with other struggles that I could be going through. If the audio is bothering you, you can always log off. I mean, you can go somewhere else. But we talk about Mars and Virgo, and that's very Mars and Virgo. Somebody nitpicking my audio. But you see how right on time. Being at your service, including sexually. Say, girl, why'd you say that in 2023? Thank you, Scar Al. But anyway, being at your service, including sexually. So that's very Mars and Virgo. So Virgo is about technique. And that can even include sexual technique when we're talking about Mars and Virgo. There's always going to be somebody playing the role of the devil's advocate. I'm used to it by now. Somebody always has to play the role of the evil one. It's just about yin yang, good and evil. So being at your service, again, including sexually, and some Mars and Virgo people have been in sexual service to others. But just Mars and Virgo, period, can be very much about putting in that work, being very much at your service. Oh, don't worry, Ellie. I'm coming back. I'm coming back in full force in a minute. I just ordered some new makeup, too. So Mars and Virgo can be the butler, the concierge. Just think about how you're treated with concierge services. You're really taken care of. The maitre d', the maid, the nanny. Fitness exercise is a big one. So you're going to see some Mars and Virgo people that are very fit, that are very much in shape, that got tight bodies, that got great physique. Fitness exercise, Mars and Virgo makes for a great fitness instructor, also a great trainer. Mars and Virgo is the trainer. Boxing, martial arts. So keep that in mind because when I get into some celebrities, you'll see what I mean with the boxing martial arts. I had a few people question me about like Virgo ruling boxing and martial arts. Trust and believe it does because just keep this in mind. Like Aries and Mars, period, that's just fighting. But when you add Virgo to it, that's actually trained fighting. That's actually where you're fighting with technique, which is Virgo. The training, the technique, the style, that's Virgo. So boxing, martial arts, having a proper diet, nutrition, you'll have Virgos, Mars and Virgo people that are very fastidious about their diet, very much about eating right, very much about getting proper nutrition. Also, some of them can be vegans, vegetarian. Self-help. Mars and Virgo is the epitome of self-help. So you'll have a lot of Mars and Virgo people. They'll have self-help books, especially if their Mars is in the third house. And I always say with Mars and Virgo, you got to learn how to help yourself before you can be of help to others. Being humble. So Mars and Virgo people, they could be humble even though they've reached the heights of success. Even though they're the best at what they do, they can remain humble. Neat, clean, and well put together, being well groomed. That's another one. Having a great physique. I already mentioned that. Being practical, not, doing some crazy far out stuff. Mars and Virgo can be very practical in terms of their actions, in terms of what they are trying to accomplish. Dependable and reliable. That's another positive trait. Consistent. So being consistent, being attentive, caregiver. You can think about all this when it comes to attracting a man if you got Mars and Virgo as well. For the heterosexual women and the gay men, if you got Mars and Virgo, they're going to display a lot of these traits. The custodian, the guardian, the manufacturer. So think about how Virgo forms a nice trine with Capricorn. Capricorn is business, is industry. And Virgo is the manufacturer. Virgo is where you're putting all the components together and you in the, what you call it? Yeah, it's just that I'm using my phone because my laptop is acting kind of screwy with the live streaming. That's all. But I'm glad you can still hear me. The tailor slash seamstress. So basically, again, we're dealing with perfection. We're dealing with getting things just right. Now let's get into the weaknesses. Can be too critical of self and others. Again, some people with Mars and Virgo, they could just constantly be criticizing, and it could be the littlest thing, and that can cause them to lose the message. So just like somebody is relaying a message, somebody is, dropping jewels, they're imparting knowledge, but then somebody like with Mars and Virgo, they're too concerned about the quality of the audio, so they miss the message. So being too critical of self and others, and that can cause someone to lose sight of what really matters. Insecurities are heightened. Being unsure of oneself, settling for less, being neurotic, can be too meddlesome. I talk about Virgo just being a meddlesome sign. Mars and Virgo can be too meddlesome and too much of a busybody. Prone to settle for less. That's one of the things that Mars and Virgo people have to keep in mind. You might settle for less when you're worth more. Petty, nitpicky, having minor petty, nitpicky, having minor grievances. Thank you, Nacho Lover. But yeah, being petty, nitpicky, minor grievances. But I'm just saying you got to love the universe, because the way my life works, the universe is always going to manifest things that go right along with the lesson that I'm trying to teach. Humbling situations. Facing harsh criticism. And again, what people with Mars and Virgo need to understand, and this is true for anybody with Virgo energy, you can dish out the harsh criticism, but don't be surprised when it comes right back on you. Problems with fitting in. That's another problem that can come with Mars and Virgo. So Virgo is the sign of integration and assimilation. So when you have Mars and Virgo, there could be a conflict with your ability to be integrated into society or a certain group or some type of club or what have you, or assimilating to a certain way of life. There could be a conflict there. So problems with fitting in, because Virgo is very much about fitting in. Serious digestive issues. Of course, we got to talk about that with Virgo ruling the digestive system. So a person with Mars in Virgo, they're prone to develop Crohn's disease, irritable bowel syndrome, celiac disease, and appendicitis. Abdominal pain and injury. So that's another one that could come with Mars and Virgo. Red Bunny says, stop talking about me. Problems with the diet. Now, you'll have some people with Mars and Virgo, they'll go back and forth between being a vegan, vegetarian, being a meat eater. They might try the keto diet. They might try the carnivore. Next thing you know, their nutrition is all jacked up. Next thing you know, they're suffering from a poor diet. So that could be an issue as well. Always starting a new diet can be very Mars and Virgo. Being a hypochondriac, always thinking something's wrong with you. Problems with hygiene. So again, keep in mind that Virgo just rules hygiene, period. It doesn't mean that every Virgo is going to be very hygienic. And when you got Mars in Virgo, there could be a conflict with hygiene. Also, issues with sexual health is possible as well. And you could have someone with Mars in Virgo that's very neurotic about sexual health. So they might demand that their potential sex partner produces the last, STD test results. Nothing wrong with that, but some people could take it a little too far. And these could be the people that were really running scared during the ether, during the C19 era. Facial tics or some other issue with the face, such as having a weak chin. So don't be surprised if you get criticized on your face when you have Mars in Virgo, but there could be something wrong with your face at some point. Could even be facial tics that develop as a result of some medication that the person's on. Also being nervous, anxious, being rarely satisfied with the self, issues with modesty, being the gossip, that's very Mars in Virgo. The goody two-shoes. So some Mars and Virgo people, they want to come across as they're pure as the driven snow, goody two-shoes, and that could turn a lot of people off. I was just trying to do my job, or I was just doing my job. That's one of the problems that comes with Mars and Virgo, because when shit hits the fan and we're in times of war, you'll have the Mars and Virgo people fall right in line with what the government wants them to do or whatever their job is, even if it means, participating in genocide or whatever like that, because at the end of the day, they say, I was just doing my job. Hey, Leisha, how you doing? Also, being too routine, being too predictable, everything is done according to a prescribed plan, that's a problem. Having a carefully crafted persona where you're not even sure of who you're dealing with. You'll see this a lot of times with actors and musicians and, artists that have Mars and Virgo, where they have a carefully crafted persona. Basically, the person has been worked on and made into a certain person. Being an insufferable nag or worrywart. Being volatile. Keep in mind that Virgo is one of the mutable signs, and mutable signs are prone to volatility. Also, Mars and Virgo people really can't handle breakups well at all, and this is due to the integration syndrome. So again, going back to that integration theme. So when you have Virgo energy, period, but Mars and Virgo in particular, basically you become fully integrated into your partner's life, especially if y'all live together or get married. So during a breakup or a divorce, the Mars and Virgo person could take it very hard, because it's like that person has become so firmly etched into their daily life that it's like they don't know how to operate without that person because of the full integration of that person into their life. So it's like basically every day you have your morning coffee, right? And then one day, all of a sudden, somebody yanks that coffee out your hand. They're like, you could no longer have your coffee every morning. You're going to be affected by that. And that's how Mars and Virgo deal with breakups. Not all of them, but quite a few of them. It's like they can't have their morning coffee anymore. They're not going to be the same. It's going to be hard to adjust. Also, Mars and Virgo, some of the individuals are prone to extreme acts of violence, or you could just say Mars and Virgo, period, because it's a mutable sign. And remember, I said Virgo rules the police, the lower police, and Mars and Virgo is the epitome of police brutality. And you know how nervous some cops are, and they end up committing acts of violence a lot of times out of nervousness and fear. So that whole police brutality, very much Mars and Virgo. Mars and Virgo can also be the groomer. And you know what that's about. Mars and Virgo can be the destroyer of one's innocence, with Virgo ruling innocence, Mars being the destroyer. All right, so again, this is for heterosexual women and gay men. So when you have Mars and Virgo, you could attract men who are, and this is on the weak side, men who are in need of your help. So on one hand, on the positive end, when you got Mars and Virgo, you could attract men who will help you out in any way that they can. But then the flip side is that you could attract men who are in need of your help. Their job security could be lacking, because Mars and Virgo is basically dealing with new jobs. So they might always be getting a new job because they can't hold on to a job. And this could be the odd jobs type of dude, the dude that will paint your kitchen, the dude that will fix your sink for a couple of dollars, the dude that'll cut your grass for a couple of dollars because he got a drug problem and you don't even know about it yet. Also attracting men who are broken, men who are hypercritical and fault finding, and men who are often of a sour disposition. Men who are always harping about his turns of bad luck. I could have got that promotion, but my boss don't like me, so I got passed up for it. I could have been a doctor, but my mom didn't nurture me enough, so I decided to become a CNA. Like, they always got some type of story about how life didn't work out for them. Also being uptight, being judgmental, being too helpful, always making suggestions and critiques, always being sick, being a source of stress. So Virgo is about stress. When you got Mars and Virgo, your man could be stressing you out. Also, you could attract a man that got problems with hygiene, and nobody wants that shit. Also, dealing with sexual health issues with a man. Hall monitors. Oh, going back to always being sick, that could be physical or mental. And I like to call dark-sided Mars and Virgo the hall monitors, because they will be trying to monitor your every move, always checking up on you. If you don't return their text in an appropriate time frame, it's a problem. If you change up your routine in any which way, it's a problem. They don't trust you. They always think that you're looking at somebody else because the insecurities are going to be heightened. So, yeah. So that's that. Stalkers. So during a breakup, or even long after a breakup, the Mars and Virgo could be stalking you. All right, so let's get into some Mars and Virgo famous people. So first we have Jesus Christ. Now, I used this image from Good Times. This was the episode called Black Jesus, because we really don't know what race Jesus Christ was. And I really didn't want to use that image that they always have with his long flowing hair and all that type of stuff. So I chose this image from Good Times. Now, of course, the chart of Jesus Christ is hypothetical, but I found it to be very interesting that Jesus Christ has Mars and Virgo. So let's talk about some of the Mars and Virgo traits that Jesus Christ portrayed. Number one, he remained humble. Even though he could perform magic and miracles and shit, he still remained humble. And he always said, it's not due to me, it's due to my Father. He was a healer of the sick. So he was a physician, which is very Mars and Virgo. I believe he was a virgin, which is very Mars and Virgo. He was very much about doing the right thing and right behavior and right action, which is very Mars and Virgo. He was basically at our service in terms of dying for our sins and all that type of stuff. But you said Michael from Good Times is a Virgo son. You said you thought that was Drake. But yeah, So I just thought that was funny that Mars and Virgo is representing Jesus Christ, but of course that's hypothetical. Next, we have Barack Obama. So, what are some ways that Mars and Virgo is representative of Barack? Like, how is he manifesting that Mars in Virgo? Number one, he was a public servant. I mean, at the highest level at one point, being president, even though Mars and Virgo ain't really fit for presidency. But the sexual service. I remember hearing that when he was a senator, he was going to the Chicago bathhouses with Rahm Emanuel, and that Mars and Virgo could deal with the men that was at his sexual service. There was even that one dude. What was that one dude's name that came out with the? He basically said that Barack hired him to give him head and cocaine and all that stuff. Larry Sinclair. Y'all, you ever hear of Larry Sinclair? If you don't know who Larry Sinclair is, look it up. The internet might be scrubbed to Larry Sinclair at this point because the internet is no longer like how it was. I don't even think Larry Sinclair is alive anymore. But yeah, look up Larry Sinclair in connection with Barack Obama, and there you have Mars and Virgo all day. Him getting those rent boys. And then also Mars and Virgo, he was heavily criticized, especially just for some of his policies and also for his birth certificate. Y'all remember that? People were analyzing, which is Virgo, people were analyzing that birth certificate hard. Even when it came to his name, people were like, that's not Barack Obama, that's Barry Soetoro. So yeah, very much Mars and Virgo. So Barack has Mars and Virgo trying his Saturn. That's what enabled him to become president. And that's really good just for working in government. And that can deal with where he works hard to build a reputation for himself. So his Mars and Virgo pretty much works out well for him, but he does have a semi-square between his Mars and Neptune in Scorpio. So that could deal with the sexual secrets that he was dealing with, Michael and I. That could deal with some of the sexual secrets that he was dealing with. Not just that Michael and I thing, but also, like I said, with the Larry Sinclair, with the drugs and the prostitution and all that Mars semi-square Neptune. That's all I'm saying. Yes, and his very much so, Amira. You said his image is super tailored, very much so. He's well put together. I'll give him that. Johnny Depp. So Johnny Depp has Mars in Virgo. I talked about him not too long ago with the Amber Heard trial. Wasn't that last year or was it this year? Damn, this year's going by fast. I think that was last year though with the Amber Heard trial. Y'all correct me if maybe it was early part of this year. But the Mars in Virgo with Johnny Depp, that's the grooming that he has to go through in movies, like grooming himself to look like certain characters. So all the accoutrements, all the preparation that goes into, like when he was Willy Wonka or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie, where he played in Alice in Wonderland, all the get up he had to wear, and how he has to train himself to play certain characters. That's very much Mars in Virgo. So Johnny has Mars in between his Pluto and Uranus. With that Mars conjunct Uranus makes him more of an offbeat Mars and Virgo type of individual, makes him more of a rebel, makes him more liberated. And that also deals with the tattoos, Mars conjunct Pluto in particular, the tattoos on his fingers and those rings that he be wearing, which is like skull rings and stuff like that. But this just shows that he really gets into his role with that Mars in between Uranus and Pluto. He can really change up his persona to fit a role. He's really about his craft, which is being an actor, which fits so well with that Mars and Virgo ruling craft. So it was last year with his Saturn return. Ellie, not necessarily. All right, so who do we have here? We got Britney Spears. So Britney Spears has Mars in Virgo. Now, remember, she got with Kevin Federline, and he was working for her. So that's very Mars in Virgo, to get with a dude that works for you, that you hire to perform work for you. So remember, he was her dancer. I'm not sure of who else she got with, but Britney Spears, Mars in Virgo, also deals with her hygiene issues. I remember before her father became a conservator of her estate, there was reports of her house being all messed up, all trashy. I think there was dog poop everywhere. She wasn't bathing and stuff like that. So again, the conflict with the Virgo and the hygiene with Mars and Virgo makes a lot of sense. So, let me talk about their sun signs. My bad. So Jesus Christ is labeled as a Pisces. Barack Obama, Leo. Johnny Depp, Gemini. Britney Spears, Sagittarius. So here's Britney Spears' chart. She got Mars in Virgo squaring Neptune. That right there can produce a dirty bird, a messy Marvin, or a messy Martha. So that Mars square Neptune explains why she could be messy, disorderly. Sometimes she looks disheveled. It explains why she's on Instagram making a fool of herself. It explains why she acts delusional at times. It explains the time when she freaked out and basically lost her mind. And remember when she shaved her hair off and all that? Yeah. And that Mars square Neptune also just points to the challenges she had with the paparazzi as well. Stevie Wonder got baby teeth. Remember I said Mars and Virgo, there could be some issue with their face, like a weak chin or whatever. Well, Stevie Wonder got baby teeth. So I never realized he had baby teeth like that. But Stevie Wonder, Taurus, he's another one with Mars and Virgo. So how has Stevie Wonder, Mars and Virgo manifested? Number one, Stevie Wonder has been very helpful to other artists in the music industry, like extremely helpful. And he's trained artists. He's like showed them like the ropes in terms of singing and musicianship. But also, Stevie Wonder has faced some harsh criticism himself. I remember a few years ago, it came out where people were saying that they didn't believe he was really blind. And people was like really analyzing him and analyzing his moves and stuff. Some people were saying they saw him driving a car and shit. And yeah, so even Stevie has faced harsh criticism about his blindness. And I'm like, that just shows you that Mars and Virgo can't get a break. And the hair situation too. Stevie been holding on to them micro braids for too long, and that's why he has triple a scalp right now. So, yeah, Stevie could use a little help, but as you can see, that Mars and Virgo can also produce conflict with people you hire to help you out. So, look like people have been neglecting Stevie over the years, especially in terms of that hair. But, yeah, let's see what his Mars is doing. So, Stevie's Mars is squaring his Chiron. So, that right there can produce issues with walking because Chiron's in Sagittarius and Sagittarius rules walking. So that shows at times he needs help with walking because he's blind. But honestly, I don't see any major indicators of him being blind in his... No, I'm just playing. Look, with Pisces and Neptune, you're going to see some blindness. So he got Jupiter in Pisces. Is forming a quincunx with his South Node in Libra, showing issues with balance because he's impaired in some type of way. And we know it's because he's blind. And then he has Neptune. What is Neptune doing? He has Neptune squaring his midheaven. And then Neptune opposing Venus. Didn't one of his wives do him dirty? I think he had a wife that did him dirty. And he does have Venus opposition Neptune. Christina Ricci, y'all remember her? She played the girl in the Addams Family. She also played the girlfriend of what's that? Eileen Wuornos in the Monster movie. She played the shit out of that role. She played a little butch lesbian, and she was like an awkward little lesbian. and she had that big ass forehead, and her hair was just wild looking, and yeah. Wait a minute, Stevie Wonder got herpes? Well, there's the sexual health thing. But yeah, Christina Ricci, she was always a little off, so she was always good for those roles where the person is rather off. So I don't know much about like her relationships or anything like that, but Christina Ricci, she is an Aquarius. She got Mars conjunct Jupiter. That's that big ass head she got, Mars conjunct Jupiter. And with it being in Virgo, that's where people would criticize her about that head. I'm telling you, it could be really sad with Mars and Virgo sometimes because you are going to face some harsh judgment and harsh criticism. And she got Mars conjunct Jupiter in the first house. That's her having that big ass head. And I'm sure when she would go to auditions, which is represented by that Virgo, they would probably tell her to her face, like, your forehead's way too big for this role. We can't fit you in here. You won't even fit into the camera frame. So yeah, unfortunately. And look, she got Mercury opposition Mars and Jupiter. That's her not getting those roles because of that head. But yeah. But she's still cute nonetheless. But yeah, she got that little awkwardness to her. That's that Sun in Aquarius conjoined to that South Node in Aquarius. Not fully human, but that's okay. Not much to say about Christina Ricci. I agree. She does look nice. It fits her well. Now, this one right here, we know with his Mars and Virgo, he's done faced some criticism. People have been analyzing him up and down because people swear that he's a clone. Gucci Mane. So Gucci Mane is another Aquarius, technology. Gucci Mane is another Aquarius, artificial, with Mars and Virgo, a carefully crafted persona. And again, he's faced some harsh criticism after coming out of prison because he came out with looking all different. So maybe he is a clone. So Gucci Mane, he is another one with Mars conjunct Jupiter in Virgo. So people are judging him hard. They're like scanning him up and down. Like, that don't look like the original Gucci Mane. He got Mercury opposition Jupiter and Mars. Oh, wait a minute. He's the same age as Christina? Hold on. Oh, yeah, they both got the same birthday? That's crazy. Mercury opposition Jupiter and Mars, people thinking it's a lie. And that's the imprisonment as well. Mercury and Pisces opposition Jupiter and Mars. Next, we have Adrienne Bailon. Adrienne, she started off with the, 3LW, and then wasn't she in the Cheetah Girls? Now she's falling under the Mars and Virgo category of gossip. Because Mars and Virgo could be a gossip, and she's been on The View, gossiping with the other ladies and stuff like that. I don't know much about her relationship. I don't know much about, what she got going on in her private life, but I know she experienced some challenges with the other girls in 3LW. And she's been criticized as being a mean girl, if I'm not mistaken. Y'all let me know if that's the truth. If she is a mean girl, it would make sense because she got Sun conjunct Saturn. So Adrienne Bailon is a Scorpio with Mars and Virgo. Now, she seems like she would be rather uptight. It seems like she would be very much about everything has to be perfect. Everything on my face has to be, flawless and stuff like that. She seems like she could be like that. Oh, she was on The Real? I thought she was on The View. Them shows are basically the same. This chick right here, Cameron Diaz. So Cameron Diaz is a Virgo with Mars in Virgo. I never saw the allure in Cameron Diaz. People used to think she was so hot back in the day, but I never really saw it with her. So what are some ways that Cameron Diaz is exemplifying Mars in Virgo? I don't know much about Cameron's private life. All I really know her from is like movies like There's Something About Mary and what other movie was she in? Wasn't no, I got her. I'm getting her mixed up with Uma Thurman. Sometimes I get them two mixed up. But Cameron Diaz, she was in Something About Mary. What else was she in? But I think that's where a lot of the Mars and Virgo is coming from with Cameron Diaz. A lot of people are like criticizing her look, like you ain't hot like you think you are. And she looks kind of manly, and she does have Sun conjunct Mars. Some women with Sun conjunct Mars, they could have a very masculine look. They could have an edge to them. She is a little suspect. She's always been in my suspect category of male to female trans. I'm just gonna call it out. I'm just gonna say it. She was in Charlie's Angels. Oh, I remember My Best Friend's Wedding. Yeah, I remember that movie. Oh yeah, she played Fiona in Shrek too, right? Tyrell? Yeah. So Cameron Diaz, she's not much to write home about, but I remember Diddy got with her for a brief period. And with that Sun conjunct Mars, she's willing to please. Let me tell you, she's willing to get down on all fours and act like a dog. Trust and believe in the bedroom. She can be the type to be ultra submissive in the bedroom and allow a man to do whatever he wants to her. And that's why Diddy was attracted to her at one point and why she got with him at one point. All right, look who we have here. We have Chris Rock. So we got another Aquarius with Mars in Virgo. Now, remember I said some people with Mars in Virgo, they can have something going on with their fate. Now, we know that Chris Rock, he's not the best to look at. He's not that easy on the eye. And he's one of those men that has a rather weak chin. So he's representative of that Mars in Virgo with the weak chin, where it's just something a little off. Also, Chris Rock, he exemplifies his Mars in Virgo where he's a critic. And his comedic routines are very much about critiquing culture, critiquing society. He's very much Mars in Virgo in terms of that. YGP said, why he look like a Madame Tussauds figure in that picture? He really does. That don't look like real skin right there. It look rubbery. But that's what I'm talking about, where there's something, you want to criticize his face. And, he always had bad teeth, too, and a slack jaw. So that's very Mars in Virgo. Kawaii Honey said, it's them ears. So here's Chris Rock's chart. He has Mars, Pluto, and Uranus in Virgo. He got Mars, quincunx Moon. That's having challenges with the ladies. He's the type that will pursue a woman hard with that Moon in Aries, only so he could chop her down to size once he gets with her. Honey, your breath stink. He that type. That once he gets the woman that he's been pursuing hard, he gonna try to break her down and make her feel bad and make her feel like shit. And he think he being funny about it. But yeah, I'm just like, wow. Next we have good old Will Smith. So y'all know what was this last year where Will Smith smacked Chris Rock? Everybody forgot about that already. Both of them got Mars in Virgo. Isn't that interesting? So Chris Rock is an Aquarius. Will Smith is a Libra with Mars in Virgo. And with that Mars in Virgo, I wouldn't be surprised if, again, they were made to do this. They were basically performing. This was a job that they had to do. They were serving some type of cause or agenda or what have you. So, Mars in Virgo, Will Smith, he's that goody two-shoes type of Mars in Virgo where he tries to come across as a goody two-shoe. And remember how everybody was coming for Jada's neck? But I feel like Will is the bigger narcissist than Jada. Remember I was telling y'all that when I was reading his boring-ass book? I believe Will is the bigger narcissist. But it's that narcissism is a cloak for his deep-seated insecurities, which is represented by his Mars in Virgo. He also has Jupiter, Pluto, and Uranus in Virgo. Remember, what was the name of his dad? What did he call his dad? Oh my God, what did he call his dad? Mac Daddy or something? Makes me think of that Mars and Virgo, the fourth house, and how I was doing impressions of his father. But I forgot, what did he call his dad? He called him Big Daddy or something like that. Yes, well, you know, when you got Mars and Virgo, a lot of people with Mars and Virgo, they need sex every single day, or maybe even multiple times a day. They need it to be firmly entrenched in their routine. Daddy-o, thank you, Roman. Thank you, Roman. It was Daddy-o. I knew it was something like Mac Daddy, Daddy-o, something. But yeah, that Mars in the fourth in Virgo, he's dealing with some deep-seated insecurities that he's never fully gotten over, but he cloaks it with that narcissism. And look who we have here. We have Daddy's little girl, Willow Smith. So he had a daughter to give him a taste of his own medicine, that Mars in Virgo. And she gonna bring it even worse. It's gonna be even more bitter tasting than the medicine that he doles out, because she got Scorpio energy. So she's a Scorpio with Mars in Virgo. And with that Mars in Virgo, sometimes you could feel forced to work. And basically that's what Will tried to make Willow do when she was young. She really didn't want to do that with my hair and all that type of stuff. She didn't really want to have to be doing all these tours and stuff. That's why she shaved her hair off during the Whip My Hair tour, so she didn't have to work anymore. Because she was like, you're not forcing me to work. You making all the money, Dad. So yeah, she was like, you're not going to pimp me out. You're not going to make me your servant. So let's see what's in her chart. So she got Mars in Virgo, and it's squaring her moon. That could produce some issues with Jada, her mom. And also, just where that type of square, she could always have an attitude, always have a chip on her shoulder. She's one of those Mars and Virgo people that always is of sour disposition a lot of times, where she's just never satisfied with anything. So, but other than that, her Mars is in good shape, other than that square between the moon and Mars. So she has Mars trine Neptune, Mars trine Saturn. She'll probably become a very successful businesswoman at some point with that Mars trine Saturn. And then let me see, she got, yeah, that's pretty much it dealing with her Mars. All right, next we got Robert Downey Jr. Now, you know, Robert Downey Jr. has struggled with drugs and alcohol over the years, so the whole term staying clean or being clean or getting clean, that's very Mars and Virgo. So Mars in Virgo has caused Robert Downey Jr. to make a comeback from the time when he was really down and out, where he was dealing with hardcore drug addiction. And he's used that Mars in Virgo, especially when it comes to playing the superhero role Iron Man, because he really had to learn how to walk and talk like Iron Man and how to maneuver and all that, and have to get up on and make the preparations every day and really get into that role and all that. So Robert Downey Jr. has Mars opposition Saturn in Pisces. That's the epitome of chasing that dragon or falling off the wagon even. So that's like drugs. He's like in a dark corridor of drug addiction, or he was at one point. But that's also pointing to him being caught up in Hollywood and all that stuff. Like, he's somebody that he could never work outside of Hollywood. Like, he can't function. He has to be an actor. He has to be in Hollywood, be a film career, or else he's just going to be a bum and a horrible drug addict. So I would say Hollywood actually saved his life, because it's either going to be hardcore drug use or him being in films all the time. Crystal says she don't like Robert Downey Jr. All right, here we go. Horse fate. Now, I'm saying horse face because I'm trying to drive the point home about Mars and Virgo and how one is prone to receive harsh criticism for the way they look, especially when it comes to their face. Now, she's had a long career in Hollywood, on TV, all that good stuff. But you know, a lot of people, despite her accomplishments, focus on her face. She does have a very distinctive face. I'll give her that. It is horsey, but there's a part of me that likes it because it has a lot of character. And you know, she's gotten criticism about her nose in particular over the years, and she's probably had people, friends, and agents, and people in Hollywood tell her she needs to get a nose job and all that. I'm glad she's held on to that nose because it gives her character. But God damn it, she should never cut her hair. Let me just tell you, she already know the deal. But anyway, the criticism she's faced with that Mars and Virgo, but also that Mars and Virgo helped her out with Sex in the City because, you know, with Sex in the City, she was always about looking well put together. She was always about looking the part, wearing the tailored clothes and all that type of stuff, which is very Mars and Virgo. And that Mars and Virgo just causes her to be a very hard worker. She's like a tireless worker, been working all her damn life. So here's her chart right here. It says her birth time is accurate, and it says that she's a Gemini rising, Sagittarius South Node, though. So it's that Sagittarius South Node squaring Mars that produces that horse face. So again, not to make light of this, but it is serious with Mars and Virgo. Like some of them really catch it hard when it comes to the criticism they receive. It's really kind of sad when you think about it. Also, her getting with somebody that she's worked with before, Matthew Broderick, that's very much Mars in Virgo. And you know, Matthew Broderick, he has that Virgo type of look, don't he? And it seems like he would be like a real good house husband to her. When you got Mars in Virgo, you could attract a man that's very much domesticated, that doesn't mind cooking, doesn't mind cleaning, all that stuff. And he seems like the type that's very domesticated. Oh God, look who we have here now. I used to think he was cute for like 5 minutes and a couple of movies, and then I'm just like, he ain't all that. And it's only because there's not that many black actors in Hollywood. So, you know, when they throw a few at you, you got to take your pick in terms of like who's fine and stuff. So we got Idris Elba here. He's a Virgo with Mars and Virgo. Wait, did I talk about Robert Downey Jr.? Robert Downey Jr. is an Aries. Sarah Jessica Parker is an Aries. Now we got Idris Elba, who is a Virgo with Mars and Virgo. That's too much Virgo energy for one man to be able to deal with. So you know he is an asshole. He's a pain in the ass. He's a piece of work. He's insufferable. I can't imagine any of his relationships working out with women. All he needs to do is just work. Just work, be about your craft, and call it a day. Because I know that he is hell to deal with in a relationship. But he's really good at assimilating and being integrated. So remember, I said Virgo is very much about assimilation and integration. So he's from the UK, but he can sound like Jamal from Philly. Like he does that very well. So he knows how to get into character. He knows how to assimilate to a certain way of life, to a certain culture. Remember, he was in The Wire. What was his name in The Wire? I forget. But he played that role in The Wire so well. You would have never known he was from the UK. So yeah, he got that with that Mars and Virgo. Wait a minute. You said when you found out he smoked, that was it for. So he smoked cigarettes. That's very common with Virgo. So Virgo, with the nervous energy, a lot of times they need something to take the edge off, to calm the nerves. So they might smoke cigarettes, they might smoke weed, they might pop pills, what have you. So he was the one who said that, K. Michelle Stringer Bell. Thank you. That was his character name. Yeah, watch him in The Wire. You would never know he's from the UK, but that shows you the magic of Mars and Virgo, how he could just assimilate and fit right in, and you would never know. I loved him in American Gangster, even though he didn't have a big role. All right. So here's his chart. He got Sun conjunct Mars. So again, we know he could be insufferable. He is a mess to deal with, I'm sure. He's never satisfied with anything. And I bet you he got a wicked tongue, too, with that Sun and Mars squaring Saturn and Gemini. Oh, I could just imagine. Like, with that, he could be downright mean with that Sun square Saturn in particular. But yeah, and he's the type that'll correct people when they say certain stuff. He'll correct people's speech and shit with that square with Saturn and Gemini. He the type that he'll ruin a party. He's the type that people will eventually stop inviting him to parties because they're like, nah, remember last time when we invited his ass? All right, this one right here is hilarious to me. So I'll wait till it pops up on my screen because I don't know if y'all can see it yet. But I don't know if y'all remember when there was controversy with this chick because she was trying to play the role of this chick right here. I'll wait for it to come up. I don't even know if y'all can see it yet. I don't know what they were thinking when they tried to get Zoe to play Nina, but guess what? They both got Mars in Virgo. When I saw that shit, I was like, yo, I was like, maybe she really was meant to play Nina Simone. But yeah, a lot of women, especially black women, was not having it, was not feeling it, was not for it, for her playing Nina Simone. They was like, they could have got India Irie. They could have got Lauryn Hill. They could have got even Gabrielle Union, God damn it. But they picked Zoe Saldana. Now, Zoe is a Gemini, and Nina Simone was a Pisces. Now, those two signs clash naturally. But I thought it was interesting that they both got Mars and Virgo. Both Nina Simone and Zoe Saldana got Mars and Virgo. So the universe had some type of plan for them. Now, she got Mars square Moon, Moon square Mars, so that's the racial conflict she experienced. Just having Moon in Sagittarius that deals with her being biracial or of multicultural, multiracial or whatever, squaring that Mars and Virgo, that's her facing the criticism for being chosen for this role, and not even just being chosen for the role, but having the audacity to believe that she was a good choice for that role when there could have been other women that could have played that role maybe better than her. Now, the only thing I really remember seeing Zoe Saldana in is Drumline, to be honest. I've never really been, here's Zoe right here with makeup on trying to look like Nina Simone. I don't know why they got her looking all extra tired or whatever, but I don't really recall seeing Zoe Saldana in a lot of movies aside from Drumline and maybe a couple of other movies. But yeah, Open 642 said Nina Simone is a whole case study. Maybe I should do a case study on her one day. What other movie was Zoe Saldana in that I've seen? It wasn't Jumping the Broom. That was Paula Patton, I think. She was in Columbiana. I never saw that. Yeah, but isn't it interesting that they both have Mars in Virgo, and she played her in a film? Now, from what I heard, Nina Simone was difficult to deal with, but I'm not surprised because she got Mars in Virgo. So where Nina Simone manifested her Mars in Virgo is through being a perfectionist as a singer and musician. And where she was really irritable, a lot of times I heard she was very fault finding. I heard that, she could be insufferable to deal with at times. And then I'm pretty sure Nina Simone was dealing with some insecurities as well. I believe she was a chain smoker, so that could be that Mars and Virgo with the anxiety that it produces. So yeah, from what I heard, Nina Simone was not a very nice woman, and she wasn't that very happy throughout her life. But her contribution to music is undeniable. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. All right, look who we got here. So, of course, I had to add some dark-sided individuals to the mix. So we got Charlie Manson, Scorpio with Mars and Virgo. So, we know that, well, not everybody knows, but anybody that read about the Charles Manson murders and stuff, he was very much a hippie, and his followers were hippies, and they lived in this commune. And so we know he was dealing with some hygiene issues. Them hippies, they was typically dirty. They weren't known for practicing good hygiene. So the conflict with the hygiene is very Mars and Virgo. The run-ins with the police, very Mars and Virgo. But you could say that he was serving a higher power, which I believe, because I don't believe the official story that he acted on his own, which is very Mars and Virgo. And he has certain techniques to brainwash his followers, which is very Mars and Virgo with his techniques. So here's his chart. He got Mars conjoined to Neptune in Virgo. That's a brainwashing cult aspect. If I've never seen one, like he got it strong, both at the 14th degree. So that Mars conjunct Neptune also deals with him being locked up for most of his childhood and young adult life. That's why I'm almost certain that he's like MK Ultra. That could be an MK Ultra aspect as well too, especially when you take into account Mars and Neptune squaring Chiron and Gemini. But that 14th degree Mars and Neptune's at, a lot of times you'll see the 14th degree come up with people who have been incarcerated, because that 14th degree produces challenges with movement. So Mars conjunct Neptune, that points to him being a cult leader and him creating the cult, but also him hatching the scheme. But because it's in Virgo, you got to say, who was he really serving? He could have been serving somebody in Hollywood because of the Neptune influence. Roman Polanski, perhaps. Sharon Tate was his wife, and she was one of the victims of the Manson murder. I'm going to have to do a case study on this one day. Yeah, Charles Manson was my height. So Charles Manson, Scorpio, Sun conjunct Venus, that enabled him to wield a lot of power over people, especially women. He also had Mercury conjunct Jupiter. That's like people just hanging on his every word, him being able to really manipulate people with his words. And, oh yeah, dark character for sure. Moon in Aquarius conjoined to that North Node in Aquarius. That's that hippie commune type of hookup right there. All right. I recently talked about this chick. I'm not going to dwell too long on her. Brooke Shields. If you want to get the real scoop on Brooke Shields, just watch my video. I did it like last month about her and her mother. Who sponsored that? Damn, I can't remember. But yeah, that was a sponsored video about Brooke Shields. So Brooke has Mars and Virgo. It's conjoined to her ascendant, but in the 12th house. Remember I said Mars and Virgo is the destruction of innocence. It could deal with being groomed. So that's basically how hers is manifesting. And it shows that she was put to work very early. From the time she was a baby, she was put to work. So that Mars and Virgo, being forced to work. Also being groomed. Also destruction of her innocence. All right, moving on. We got Ben Affleck. So Ben Affleck is a Leo with Mars and Virgo. Now, him being a Leo, he can't get enough of himself. That's why he got with another Leo, Jennifer Lopez, and they can't get enough of each other. That's why they be on and off, and they just can't stay away from each other. But that Mars and Virgo, remember I said, it can make breakups really hard because it could cause one to be so integrated into the life of their lover that it's hard for them to live on their own. So that's a big reason why he got back with Jennifer Lopez, because he's basically like, I can't live without you, Jen. Now, Ben has his sun conjoined to Mars. So his sun is in Leo, but it's conjoined to Mars in Virgo. And that could deal with the different characters that he gets in. But he's not that great of an actor, if you ask me. He's a bit too rehearsed with it. And that could be very Mars and Virgo, especially because it's at the 0 degree. Being too rehearsed, being too much having a carefully crafted image and all that. And he got Mars square Neptune, so that could produce some sexual challenges. He could be lying about his sexuality. He might actually be bisexual, even though he portrays himself to be straight. And he could be dealing with some addictions as well. I do know that he has a gambling addiction, and that's very much Mars square Neptune. All right, next. Oh, this chick. Oh my gosh, she's insufferable. This is exactly what I'm talking about with the dark side of Mars and Virgo being insufferable. And I'm not the only one who thinks this. So Gwyneth Paltrow, she is a Libra, of course. Surprise, surprise. She's a Libra with Mars and Virgo. And that Mars and Virgo makes me think of that Goop website where it's very much about self-help. Remember I said Mars and Virgo is about self-help, it's about these grooming products. Didn't she create like some fragrance that was like supposed to smell like her hoo-ha or something like that? Or she created some candle or incense or something that smelled like her hoo-ha or something like that. Remember I said Mars and Virgo could be immodest. So she's dealing with a lack of modesty with them nasty candles. So she's a Weinstein darling? I didn't know that. But yeah, she, again, a lot of people would agree with me that she is insufferable, which is very Mars and Virgo. She's always acting like she's a goody two-shoes, which is Mars and Virgo. And she's just, ugh. And you could tell she's very fastidious and uptight about things, too. Like, everything has to be perfect. But she's a hot mess. So she got Mars at the 28th degree of Virgo. It's squaring Jupiter at the 0 degree of Capricorn. I wonder what her man is up to. Interesting. But this can produce a serious case of inadequacy, whether it's coming from her or her man. But this also deals with issues with her father as well. Interesting. She got Mars conjunct Pluto. That's her basically peddling her puss juice. Nobody wants that stank puss candle or whatever the fuck she was trying to peddle, but that's that Mars conjunct Pluto. So again, you see how Mars and Virgo, that can be, purity. It can be goodness. It can be wholesomeness, but then Pluto messes it up. Mars conjunct Pluto. Now you selling candles that smell like your stank puss. Like, that Pluto will corrupt Mars. Oh, yeah, she was married to the dude from Coldplay. What was his name? Chris something? This dude right here, you can't convince me that he's fully human. Benedict Cumberbatch. He's a Cancer. He does have them Cancer eyes. Sometimes them Cancer eyes be getting on my nerves. But, yeah, he got the Cancer eyes, but he never struck me as being fully human. He looked like an android. He's on some AI shit. And I don't know much about him, but I swear he was in the news a few years ago. So let me know what the dirt is on Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah, that was his name, Natasha, Chris Martin. Somebody spilled the tea on Benedict Cumberbatch so I could figure out how this Mars and Virgo plays out. I already know it plays out by people analyzing his fate and criticizing his fate, because he got a strange ass alien looking face. Crystal said he got killer eyes. He looks alien. Yes. So what is the tea on Benedict Cumberbatch? I know he was in the news like a few years ago. Ex-girl said, wasn't his family slave owners? I wouldn't be surprised. He looked like he got ties to some type of plantation. He is a Cancer at the end of the day. So let me see. So he got Mars in Virgo is square Neptune. So he's another Mars square Neptune. So we really can't trust who he says he is. You know, Mars square Neptune could be somebody that is in disguise or somebody that is basically not who they portray themselves to be. So maybe he is an alien. You never know. Wait, do I have his birth time? Yeah, I do. So I got to look and see where Aquarius is at. He got Aquarius on the 5th with Uranus and Scorpio in the 1st. He might be on some Android shit. He got Mercury square Uranus, which means sometimes he be glitching. You say he got that Elon Musk going on. He does look avatarish. Red Bunny. Yeah, he got that weird look. Dr. Strangelove, that fits him well, especially with that Aquarius on the 5th, Uranus and Scorpio in the 1st. All right, look who we have here. Now, I always loved her style of comedy. Always thought that she was funny as shit. She was a riot. But she's another one who has faced harsh criticism in terms of her fate. But she really did it to herself. But we don't know what she faced when she was young, and especially trying to make it in Hollywood. So I'm pretty sure she faced harsh criticism for the way she looked. You know, she wasn't your dime store beauty. Like, she wasn't your average dime a dozen pretty Hollywood personality. And really, she didn't have to be because she was a comedian. But she would even make jokes about the way she looks and her face and stuff like that. But I don't think she was that bad looking. But because of her Mars and Virgo, she's a Gemini with Mars and Virgo. Because of her Mars and Virgo, she couldn't just be this easygoing, easy breezy Gemini. She was dealing with some insecurity. And it came out through the plastic surgery that she had done on her face. So if she was facing criticism for the way she looked before, once she got the plastic surgery and went too far, she was really facing a criticism then. And remember, I said that Mars and Virgo could deal with where there's some issue with your face, some health condition of her face. And it looks like she can't even move her face in this picture right here. It looks like it looked like it's made of plaster. Looked like she could barely move it. It looks all tight. But yeah, she really screwed her face up. And her comedic routines were very much about criticizing people. She was a harsh critic. I mean, harsh. Remember, she would do the fashion. She was like the fashion police for the award shows and shit. So she was definitely a critic, which is Mars and Virgo. She was definitely a gossip, which is Mars and Virgo. Remember, she talked about Michelle Obama, and that's how she got taken out. She was like, she's trans. We all know. It's okay. She's transgender. And next thing you know, a few weeks later, she's dead. That Mars and Virgo got her in trouble for her being, out there with the critiques and her basically saying what it was. She looked like a Muppet right here. So, yeah. So, Joan Rivers, and she was getting some type of surgery on her face. And next thing you know, she's dead. So, remember I said face condition with the Mars and Virgo, and she had it bad with Mars conjunct Jupiter. But that Mars-Jupiter conjunction is also dealing with her comedy. And again, her comedy was all about harsh criticism. She would, like Indigo said, she would drag the shit out of them on the fashion police. Yes. And I loved every minute of it. Loved it. But yeah, you see how Mars is square? She got Sun square Mars. She could never be just fine with herself. She was always very critical. And she had a husband that committed suicide. So that Sun square Mars deals with that too. And she has Sun opposition Moon. So that's almost like she was kept in line by her Jewish people. That's what I'm looking at. That Sun opposition Moon makes me think that there were some people and some topics that were off limits, namely Jews, with that Sun opposition Moon. Like, she knew who to talk about and she knew who not to. But then she messed up one day talking about Michelle Obama, and next thing you know, she's 6 feet under. That's a shame. Adrian! Adrian! All right, look who we have here. We got, what's his sign, Cancer? Oh, Sly. We got Sly Stallone, Sun in Cancer, Mars in Virgo. Rocky. So we know that Sylvester Stallone dealt with some harsh criticism in terms of when he got the plastic surgery on his face. Stallone wasn't a bad looking dude back in the day. And this is what's so sad. When you have good looks when you're young and then you got some money and then your looks start to fade, it's real tempting to get plastic surgery, and sometimes you can take it too far. Now, what's interesting is here's a picture of Sylvester Stallone with Brigitte Nielsen, and that was his wife. And she's a Cancer with Mars in Virgo. But that's so Cancer because Cancer produces a mirroring effect. But remember I said Mars in Virgo is the boxer and how he played in the Rocky movies? That's very Mars in Virgo, boxing, like I said, and he actually trained hard for those roles and got into shape and stuff. Like in Rocky 1, he was in terrible shape. He was all doughy and shit. And then by Rocky 2, oh yeah, he was getting cut up and stuff. Rocky 3, forget about it. Rocky 4, he was beating a Russian. So yes, he trained his way to make it to the top, which is very Mars and Virgo, the boxing, all that stuff. Again, here he is with Brigitte Nielsen. She has Sun in Cancer like him and Mars in Virgo like him. But it makes sense because Cancer produces that mirroring effect, like I said. So here's Sylvester Stallone's chart. So he got Mars in Virgo, forming a semi-square with his Saturn in Cancer. Oh, another thing about Sylvester Stallone. Remember I said Mars in Virgo could be sexual service. Sylvester Stallone started off doing porn. So he used to be a porn star. I don't think he made it too big. Maybe his tool wasn't the right size or whatever. But yeah, so he broke into Hollywood after being an adult film star. So again, being in sexual service, very Mars and Virgo. The way he was dealing with insecurities with his fate, very Mars and Virgo, to cause him to have all that plastic surgery, and people were criticizing him for it. Here we have another one. So I'm driving the point home about the boxing theme that comes with Virgo, and in particular Mars in Virgo. So here we have Hilary Swank. Hilary is a Leo with Mars in Virgo. And she was in the movie $1 Million Baby where she played the boxer, very Mars in Virgo. But Hilary Swank, she got a face that's a little questionable as well. She's on my list of one of the ones that could be suspect of being trans. And that can be indicative of Mars and Virgo too, because when you're trans, you have to assimilate to the life of the opposite sex. Very much Mars and Virgo. You have to put extra time and attention into grooming, which is very Mars and Virgo. So I wouldn't be surprised if she was of that persuasion. Hilary Swank. Hilary got Mars in Virgo square in Neptune, which means she could have something to hide in terms of who she is, her identity, her persona, what have you. It could also mean she's trying to reduce or lessen or dissolve the masculinity that she has in her. When you got Mars square Neptune, you might be trying to dissolve that masculinity in you. Moving along. I got quite a few more, y'all. Matt Damon. I love me some Matt Damon, especially in that movie, The Talented Mr. Ripley. I don't have nothing bad to say about Matt Damon. I really don't. And he's not aging too bad either. So Matt Damon is a Libra with Mars and Virgo. But I can imagine he's probably a bitch to deal with too, with that Mars and Virgo. But he got Mars conjunct Pluto in Virgo, which makes him really good at playing certain character roles where you really believe he's really that person, where he could get deep into the portrayal of a certain character, where he really trains, he really gets involved in the role and all that. Yes, isn't he? Oh my God, I love me some Matt Damon. And he's so well put together. Don't he always look well put together, which is so Mars and Virgo? And he seems like he would be very helpful too, which is very Mars and Virgo. And with that South Node in Virgo, he is probably very helpful. I mean, I'm telling you, I don't got nothing to say about him. I mean, he does got Venus and Scorpio. You got to watch out for that. It's opposing Saturn, which means that he could get with a woman that ends up taking him for all he got, taking all his money. So he did The Bourne Identity. Roma, let me know what that movie was about, because I think it does deal with this Venus opposition Saturn in his chart. Don't it deal with art, like an art thief or something like that? I know there was a few sequels that came out. Yes, he was in Good Will Hunting. That Venus opposition Saturn is also dealing with the Talented Mr. Ripley movie. Don't talk about my Matt Damon. I love me some Matt Damon. All right, moving along. Okay. Now, I don't know much about this chick. I just know she was in the Pussycat Dolls, right? Her name was Nicole. Her name is Nicole Scherzinger or whatever. And she got Mars in Virgo. So she is what's her sign? She's a Cancer with Mars in Virgo. So what has she done after the Pussycat Dolls? Like, has she done anything? Has she worked? I mean, I would hope so with that Mars in Virgo. So she got Mars in Virgo, and she got a nice trine between her moon and Chiron and Taurus, and that Mars in Virgo. That's her being the leader of the Pussycat Dolls. And that's also just showing that she has, like, beauty on the level of almost, like, perfection, you could say. Maybe, when she takes off her makeup, maybe not so much. But I will say she's very well put together in terms of being a beauty and all that stuff. She has that look, if you know what I mean. Like, she just got that look. She has that look that, men and women are gonna turn their heads when she walks into a room. She got it like that. I'm gonna give it to her because she got it like that. And then the Cancer energy helps too, because that Cancer really feminizes one's look. But yeah, has she really done anything after being in that group? Moonlight Orange said dating rich men is basically what she doing and being a judge. Okay, so she's a judge on a dance show or something. Jupiter Going Wild says she works on the math thing. Okay, so at least she's a judge, which is very Mars and Virgo, because they're judgmental anyway. So her analyzing and judging and critiquing, that fits her Mars and Virgo well. So this Moon, Chiron, trine, Mars, and Virgo, that's her being the judge of that show. So that works out well for her. I don't really got nothing bad to say about the chick, because I don't really know anything. I don't have any dirt on her. If anybody got any dirt on her, let me know. Jupiter Going Wild said, I wish I had this kind of beauty. Aw. Well, there's plenty of makeup to enhance your look. So, Gordon Ramsay. So he is a Scorpio with Mars and Virgo. This is somebody that is a perfectionist. He's a Michelin star chef. Multiple times he's won Michelin stars, which is like the height of fine dining in terms of critiques. So he's very critical, but he's also been criticized as well pretty harshly, just by the restaurant critics even. A perfectionist. He's very much about technique, but he also trains. He's an instructor. Like, he really fits the bill with this Mars and Virgo, even down to his face. Them lines in that forehead. they're not common. As you age, you're going to get some lines in your face and stuff, but those lines are very deep. And I always want to stretch them out and try to smooth them out and get an iron and iron them lines, but you can't help but to look at them and analyze his face because it's so weathered. But again, you can't deny his perfectionism and you can't deny his work ethic. He's a hard worker. He's very much about his craft, which is Mars in Virgo. So Gordon Ramsay has Mars conjunct Pluto in Virgo, so he's an insane perfectionist. He's intense when it comes to working. He can be like a serious asshole. He's very much about he could be very intimidating with that Mars conjunct Pluto. I wouldn't want to be on his bad side. He will tear somebody to shreds with the criticism. He's like, he's vicious with that Mars conjunct Pluto. But it works for him. He got Sun sextile Mars, which is a very beautiful Sun and Venus sextile Mars. Wow, that's nice. That's him. That's where he could back up what he says. That's where he basically is, what do you call that? He's a consummate chef, you could say, with that. He even has Moon in Virgo, which can make him a perfectionist as a chef. So yeah, he got it like that. He got the Taurus North Node. Okay, this is a sad story. I mean, it's not, I don't feel sorry for, actually, I do kind of feel sorry for her. She's another one that started off real cute. She would play the role of the sex symbol or, the hot, Miss Hot thing. And then with age, that insecurities of the Mars and Virgo started to really shine through. And she's another one that ended up carving up her fate. Do you know who that is? Does anybody know who that is? I'll wait. A lot of my younger viewers may not even know who she is because she really stopped acting, I'll say probably like 20 years ago. But she was a pretty chick back in the day. So somebody like that can have a hard time. Yeah, there you go, Annie. I was waiting for somebody. Melanie Griffith. Somebody like that can have a hard time dealing with aging. So this is her getting plastic surgery with her face looking all extra taut and extra oily and greasy. So it's sad because it's like, yeah, you were being told how hot you were back in the 70s and 80s, and then you start aging, and now the critiques you're getting, the criticisms you're getting, people would say, she looking old, and then she gets plastic surgery to try to correct it, and next thing you know, she goes overboard. This right here with this bandage on her nose is very indicative of Mars and Virgo. Remember I said with Mars and Virgo, a person could have a health condition of the fate. She ended up having skin cancer on her face. Now, I don't know if that was, this scar right here is from the skin cancer, according to this website. So I kind of feel sorry for her. It must be hard to be in Hollywood and you're known as a hottie, and then you start aging right in front of the cameras and shit. People start talking about you. You get plastic surgery and you make yourself look worse. But again, she also had the skin cancer on her face, so that explains some of what's going on right here too. Kind of sad. So where are we at? Melanie Griffith is a Leo, so we know she's very vain. So imagine a Leo actress getting older, looking older. She thinks she's gonna fix it. Sun square Scorpio North Node. It ends up making herself look worse. That's that Sun square Scorpio North Node. The surgery making her look worse. And she grew up with big cats, which is very Leo. Especially that Mars conjunct Pluto in Leo. Her life was often in danger looking after those cats because her mom. Wait a minute, her mom is Tippi Hedren, the chick that played in The Birds. I love that movie. Her mom was a collector of these big cats. So Melanie Griffith was around big cats when she was young. Google the pictures if you'll know what I'm talking about. But that Mars and Virgo is representing pets. I forgot to talk about that too. If you got Mars and Virgo, you might have a badass pet. You might have a badass dog that's always trying to bite people. You might have a cat that's always scratching people or scratching up furniture and shit. A dog that's pooping and peeing all over your house and stuff. Because Mars and Virgo can produce conflicts with animals, pets. And with her having pets that were big cats, dangerous cats at that, that's that Mars conjunct Pluto and Leo. Yeah, Erin's talking about it. She said her mom was obsessed with cats and she got clawed up young during the movie Roar. Yep, that's what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about. Here we go. Okay, now we're in a special category. I have to admit, the ones that I'm about to show now, they are on my suspect list. They are on my trans investigation list. But for y'all who've been with me for a while now, y'all already know how I feel about Bruno Mars. You can't tell me that's not a female to male trans. Look at that weak chin. Remember I said Mars and Virgo could produce a weak chin? Now that's a weak chin for a man. And Mars and Virgo, like I said, they could have problems fitting in with their group, fitting in with their gender. Mars and Virgo is about being integrated into a certain society or group, assimilating to a certain way of life. I'm not saying nothing wrong about Bruno, but he does have Venus conjunct Mars, and at the very least, that could produce an androgynous look. It can mean that he can go back and forth between looking feminine and looking masculine. Now, not everybody with this conjunction is going to play it like that, but when you're dealing with a mutable sign like that, it's real easy to go back and forth. Some days you look female. Some days you look masculine. Venus conjunct Mars, and then it's squaring Chiron. People question, scratching their head, like, what is that? Is that a male or female? Who cares? Bruno Mars is a great artist, nonetheless, and Bruno Mars has worked hard, works hard as a singer and music, all that, which is very Mars and Virgo as well. But does have that South Node conjoining Pluto, which could be a trans aspect. That's all I'm saying. Y'all gonna hate me for this one, but a lot of y'all already knew. Y'all heard the rumors when she first came out, and y'all tend to act like y'all got amnesia. The rumors first came out, some were saying that she was a hermaphrodite. Some were saying that, she was actually trans. Then all of a sudden everybody forgot. Facing criticism, Mars and Virgo. People analyzing you, Mars and Virgo. There's some issue with your face, Mars and Virgo. That jawline, Mars and Virgo. Not fitting in. Of course, you're not going to feel like you fit in if you're a hermaphrodite or if, you were born in the gender that you feel like you know what I mean. But I'm just saying. But it's not just Sierra remember she faced criticism for dressing, putting on that see-through dress at the awards show. And they were like, why she dressed like that when she a married woman and all that? So she faced criticism that. But not just that, her man, Russell Wilson, he's always facing criticism. A lot of people don't like Russell Wilson. Why not? I don't get it because I don't follow this couple. But people hate Russell Wilson. Why? I don't know why, but why do people hate him? I'll wait. But Sierra has Mars square Neptune, and I told y'all about that Mars square Neptune. It can deal with where a person is hiding who they really are. There is some secret. There's something hidden. It's like they're in disguise. It's like they're living a lie. Mars opposition Moon. That can produce issues with displaying femininity, the point where got to use certain makeup and cosmetics and wigs and whatnot to really try to tone down that masculine energy. So Ellie said, Dusty men hate Russell. It's Felicia said, I like him. So some people like Russell, other people don't. Is it men that hate Russell? Oh, so is it because he's very helpful towards her? Because that's very Mars and Virgo. He the person they always want to be. So is he like a goody two shoes? Because remember I said Mars and Virgo could produce a goody two shoes. Now I'm not saying he got Mars and Virgo, but Sierra got Mars and Virgo, and that deals with the type of man she gets with. So there's some traits about Russell that's very Mars and Virgo. So I think he's gay too. The perfect escape, which would explain why he got with Sierra. But other than that, if he's very helpful towards her, if he's very domesticated, which Mars and Virgo can produce, if he's the type that will like be at her service, I can see why some men hate on him for that. So he does play the goody two shoe role, which is very Mars and Virgo. So she got herself a good dude. Okay. Moving along. Now we already know Caitlyn Jenner is trans. So I had to include Caitlyn. So Caitlyn is a Scorpio with Mars and Virgo. And again, remember Mars and Virgo is about training. It's about being a perfectionist. So when Caitlyn was Bruce was training all the time when he was young because he was an athlete. He was competing in the triathlon or whatever it was. But then that Mars and Virgo is also dealing with insecurities. And remember I said Mars and Virgo can deal with challenges with assimilating to a certain way of life. Remember, Caitlyn was challenged on keeping up with the Kardashians. Remember, Caitlyn was trying to transition a little bit on that show and then finally couldn't take it anymore. And next thing you know, coming full out the closet talking about I'm no longer Bruce, I'm Caitlyn. So having to assimilate to the life of a woman actually was probably kind of easy because Mars is at the 0 degree of Virgo in Caitlyn's chart. And it's forming a sextile with that sun in Scorpio, even though it's a bit wide for a sextile. I'm going to include it because basically it's showing that the transition for Caitlyn was rather smooth, but it could be because Caitlyn had a lot of practice. You know, Kris Jenner, she knew that Caitlyn was like that for years and probably didn't mind that Caitlyn was sashaying around the house wearing her slippers and bathrobe and shit. So you can look at this as, you know, pretty much having an easy transition because Caitlyn had a lot of practice. Mars and Virgo is very much about practice. Remember I said with the grooming, Mars and Virgo, having to spend extra time grooming, getting that facial hair off and all that stuff to try to look like a woman. Caitlyn sure did kill someone in a car accident, and I think that was shortly before the transition. Yeah, all over the Wheaties boxes. Okay, here's another one that's on my suspect list. Some of you guys may have heard of her, some may not, but she was popular back in the 70s and 80s, and she actually caused the death of her mother, Grace Kelly. That whole story is crazy as hell, but anyway, this is Princess, quote unquote, Princess Stephanie of Monaco. And I believe that Princess Stephanie is trans. I mean, it's very clear to see if you have eyes to see. So Princess Stephanie, where are we at? I forgot to mention Sierra's a Scorpio, which is another sign. But Princess Stephanie, Aquarius, makes a lot of sense. Aquarius can produce an androgynous look, can produce a unisexual type of vibe. Princess Stephanie, Mars in Virgo. Again, challenges with fitting in, insecurity, having to groom yourself in a certain way so that you're not showing signs of a certain, like in Princess Stephanie's case, masculinity. So here's Princess Stephanie's chart, Mars in Virgo. Let me see what that Mars is doing. Sesqui square Jupiter in Taurus, issues with being normal. Sesqui square Sun and Moon in Aquarius. hard time adjusting. Mars trine Venus and Mercury. People just going along right with it, basically. That Venus in Capricorn, that's that bone structure that enabled Princess Stephanie to become a model. Where's the modeling theme? Chiron trine Neptune, Saturn in Pisces, good for modeling. But yeah, and the secrets that were kept. You know, it's not uncommon for the royals to do the gender switching. Here's another one. Some of y'all might get mad. I'm not going to get deep into it because this one's still a child, but I have my questions. I be wondering. But even without the being on the suspect list, she has dealt with the Mars and Virgo with the harsh criticism, unfortunately, which was really sad because she had to deal with that from the time she was young. You know, people saying, "Oh, she looked just like her daddy," like, "Oh," and you know, people would criticize the way her hair was done and stuff like that. And this is her lately in Beyonce's concert, Renaissance concert. I know she's wearing shades, but I'm getting a very masculine vibe from this image. And I'm not talking about this one that I have up right now. I switched pictures, but it didn't come up yet for some people, I guess, because it's still the other picture. But the one where she's in red, this one right here, I'm getting mad. I don't see nothing girl about that face. I'm sorry. There is nothing girl about that face. It's almost unsettling. But yeah, people Adrian, people criticizing this child from the time she came out the womb, and it's not her fault. It's the parents. But yeah, now this right here, it says journalists apologize for criticizing Blue Ivy Carter's appearance. So this article is taken from page6.com. It says journalists from Vanity Fair and Harper's Magazine have come under fire for criticizing the appearance of Beyonce and Jay-Z's 7-year-old daughter, Blue Ivy Carter. So obviously this was years ago. Megan Thee Stallion shared photos of Beyonce, Blue Ivy, and herself celebrating New Year's Eve on Instagram, prompting Vanity Fair critic Kay Austin Collins to write in a since-deleted tweet, "I have a feeling that Jay-Z face jeans are about to really hit Blue Ivy, and I feel so sorry for her." Violet Lucca, web editor for Harper's, replied, "Or she'll just get plastic surgery at 16, a la Kylie Jenner, and we'll all have to pretend that she always looked that way. I can't allow myself to feel too sorry for the incredibly rich." Lucca also deleted her tweet. So this is just an example of some of the harsh criticism Blue Ivy has faced as a result of having that Mars and Virgo, which is kind of sad. I mean, she rich, so she could get over it quicker than somebody else that isn't, but it still must hurt. So she has Mars in Virgo. It's in trine with her sun in Capricorn. So that can deal with where she looks just like her daddy or has a close resemblance. And it could mean that she has a really positive relationship with him. And it could mean that she could have some type of business in manufacturing at some point where she's manufacturing products or clothes or something, clothing line, who knows. Venus in Aquarius, quincunx Mars in Virgo, that's producing some awkward energy. She's probably socially awkward with that, doesn't really know how to be because she grew up a little rich, sheltered kid. So she's probably the type that really doesn't have friends like that, which is kind of sad. Yeah, but that can also deal with the look that she has, which is quite androgynous as well. Poor child. All right, next we have on the list, we got Stevie Nicks. So Stevie is a Gemini, and she has Mars in Virgo. And it makes me think of her getting with Mick Fleetwood, who was in the band that she was in, and they had a relationship. I'm not sure if they were married, but that's very Mars and Virgo. getting with a man that you work with. She had serious problems with drugs. And so the whole theme of getting clean, staying clean is very Mars and Virgo. She had Sun square Mars, which can deal with the man that she was with or the men that she was with. I heard that she was out there like sexually. I heard that she was getting with a lot of groupies, like male groupies and stuff. That can deal with that. That Sun square Mars. Being very sex driven, but also having challenges with her own man, basically dipping out on her and stuff, not being consistent, all that. She has Sun trine Neptune, which is really good for music. But yeah, I love Stevie Nicks. Hugh Jackman. Now, I don't have any dirt on Hugh Jackman. All I know is he played Wolverine in the X-Men, and he got a pretty nice body. So Hugh Jackman is a Libra, and he has that Mars in Virgo frame. Hey, Edward, thank you so much for your super chat. You said us Mars and Gemini. Wait, I can't see. But hopefully you'll post something correction in that. But yeah, Hugh Jackman, he played Wolverine in the X-Men. And he has a nice physique, which is very Mars and Virgo. I'm sure he's went through a lot of training for this role, which is very Mars and Virgo. So December Dawn said he is sassy. Shamanic Journey said he was good for that role. Logan was a good movie, so he was in that too. So yeah, you kind of got it going on, and he definitely has that Mars and Virgo. Oh, he's been trolling? Oh. Okay. All right. So he definitely got that Mars and Virgo look, looking well put together, looking fit. You can tell he's been through some hardcore training and all that. But yeah, I don't really know any dirt on him. If anybody got any dirt on him, let me know. But he has Mars and Virgo. Let me see. Mars, he got Moon square Mars. So he may not be too nice with the ladies with that Moon square Mars. He could also be difficult to work with as well. He might show up late with that Moon and Gemini square Mars. But yeah, I don't have any dirt on him. Taraji P. Henson. She is a Virgo with Mars in Virgo. And sometimes she be taking that Virgo energy a bit too far. Number one, she knows how to mess up her fate. She knows how to have that look, that sourpuss look, which is very Mars and Virgo. She probably is really hard on herself. She's probably dealing with some insecurities. And wasn't she acting like a pick-me at some point? I will say some Mars and Virgo women can give off that pick-me energy. I swear she made a couple of statements where it was very pick-me, and it made it seem like she was like willing to work hard to build a man up and stuff like that. Yeah, she got that real ugly cry. That's coming from that Virgo energy all day. Yeah. She got very much pick me energy, which is very much Virgo energy. So she got Mars conjoined to the South Node in Virgo. So she definitely on that pick me tip. She the type that will like really ingratiate herself for a man. Get on her hands and knees and be scrubbing the floor that he walk on and shit. Kissing the floor that he walk on and shit even. And she's probably the type that could be very submissive in the bedroom too. All right, next we got George Michael. George Michael, y'all remember him? He was a hot heartthrob. Cancer. So George Michael, Cancer. Oh my God, he had so many good songs. Careless Whisper, Father Figure. When he was with Wham, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, Freedom, Fate, I Want Your Sex. And you know that whole I Want Your Sex, that got him into trouble. Because remember he got caught in a bathroom soliciting sex, or he was involved in some type of sex act or whatever like that. And that's how people found out that he was gay. Like nobody cared about his sexuality. Nobody cared about his sexual orientation. back in the day. They just cared about the music that he was putting out. Great, great singer, and just had that vibe, and he had that je ne sais quoi. And then when it came out that he was kind of doing some perverted shit in the bathroom, people was like, oh, wow, okay, George. Did he die of AIDS? Because remember I said Mars and Virgo is very much about sexual health. So, you know, he was very concerned about sexual health, especially during the 80s, because that was when AIDS was piping hot on the scene. And AIDS was coming for everybody, just about. So I could imagine with his Mars and Virgo, he was very much concerned about his sexual health. But, you know, George Michael, he had that well put together look. And, you know, he was very much about grooming with that 7 o'clock shadow he got and everything. Very, very groomed. Sex symbol with that Mars conjunct Pluto. Very much about working out, probably stayed in the gym so he would stay fit. So, yeah, George Michael. He got Mars opposite. That's that bathroom incident. Mars conjunct Pluto opposing Chiron and Pisces. That's the bathroom incident that, you know, where it became a scandal. All right, next we got Dita Von Teese. So Dita Von Teese is a Libra. Surprise, surprise, because she do that burlesque type of shit, and that's very Libra. She got Mars in Virgo, which makes sense because, again, you could tell she's very fastidious about her grooming and about her look, and she's a perfectionist when it comes to her look and all that. And she's probably very much about, you know, eating right and eating certain foods so she maintains her shape. She probably works out a lot or what have you. So Mars in Virgo, very much Dita Von Teese. It makes a lot of sense. Being well put together. She just has that well put together look, always looks the part. Now, Dita has Mars conjunct Pluto as well, with Pluto being in Libra, Mars being at the late degree, so that makes a lot of sense with that burlesque dancing she does and all that. She also has Mars square Jupiter. That could cause her to go too far with the vintage look shit. Like, she always got that look like she's from the 1940s. She going a little too far with it. And then you mentioned Marilyn Manson. I think she did, Felicia. So that Mars square Jupiter can also deal with where she's trying to disassociate herself from that satanic shit when she got with Marilyn Manson. Because remember, Mars and Virgo could be somebody that wants to be a little goody two-shoes. Oh, remember him? Ew, look like he got sores around his mouth. I wonder for what. What's his name, y'all? I'll wait. While I'm waiting, let me put a root beer in the freezer. Hold on. I'm going to need a drink after this. All right, does anybody have it yet? Let me see. Yes, that nasty Kevin Spacey. Remember I said Mars in Virgo is about destruction of innocence? It's about being a groomer. And remember it came out that he was forcing himself on these young men? Yeah, he is a twisted, low down, nasty, perverted scumbag. And you could tell he's one of them insufferable Mars and Virgo. So he's a Leo, which means he thinks he's the shit with Mars and Virgo. So using that Leo energy to mask his insecurities, but also using the Leo energy, his star power, his celebrity, being an actor to prey upon the innocent, these young boys. Disgusting. And what's up with all them sores on his face and around his mouth and all that? So he's another one that got Mars conjunct Pluto. And for some people with that Mars conjunct Pluto, it could cause them to be sexual predators. It could cause them to be corrupt sexually, and where he really wants to destroy the innocence. He's somebody, he wants virgins. He gets off on taking virginities. He's that type. He's the type that seeks out virgins, young boys, all that. He's the type that will also come across as intimidating. It was somebody else I was saying is intimidating with that Mars conjunct Pluto. Oh, Gordon Ramsay. But Gordon Ramsay, he's intimidating in the kitchen. Kevin Spacey, he's the type that can be intimidating just, on the movie set or when you're right in front of him or whatever, make it hard for you to fight back and say no or whatever. He is a disgusting piece of shit. With that Aries South Node at the 7th degree, he's the type that will use Hollywood film industry to satisfy his beastly tendencies, his beastly desires. He got Jupiter in Scorpio, which can make him oversex. All right, moving along. All right, this is another one that's a sad story because, again, she started off beautiful, but then because she had that horrible procedure, that cool sculpting, it fucked her face up. I got fucked up through the cool sculpting as well, so I know how it feels. And I know how insecure it can make you. So Linda Evangelista, she was a supermodel back in the late 80s and 90s. She was one of the top in the game. As you can see here, she was commanding $10,000 a day. And because she didn't stay humble, that's probably the reason why she got her face fucked up, because I remember it was her that bragged. She said, I don't get out of bed unless it's $10,000. That's not being humble. And when you got Mars and Virgo, you got to be humble. So she got humbled. So, yeah, it took years for her to get humble, but she did get humble. I mean, look at her here. They even have it hard deformity. So she's facing the criticism for how she looks now. But again, it wasn't her fault. It was the cool sculpting. And she has a big lawsuit out because of it. So here she is recently on the cover of Vogue, and you see she got this scarf tied around her chin because she got the cool sculpting under her chin, and it fucked her chin up. That's what happened to me, too. I ended up with a triple chin, basically. I don't have it now because I got the plastic surgery. The doctor removed all that excess fat and stuff. But I'll say my chin is still ain't fully back to it's not like it was originally. There's still a little. I'm gonna have to go back to my plastic surgery. I'm gonna be like, get the little last bit right here, get this little bit, because it's still not perfect. So I'm sure she's feeling the same way after she got her procedures, that under her chin is still not perfect and she gotta cover it up with this scarf and shit. It's a hard life, man. Let me tell you. When you got Mars and Virgo, or even when you have Virgo intercepted in the 8th house like I do, I mean, that shit ain't easy. You're constantly facing harsh criticism, people trying to tear you down and shit. You can't even do a live stream without somebody harping about your fucking audio and shit. And shit like that, honestly, I try not to let shit like that bother me. And I'm sorry if my audio isn't fucking perfect. But shit like that, that'll make me fucking not even do another live stream for fucking weeks or months. Because again, I'm trying to relay a message. I'm dropping jewels and shit. And then you got people that are more concerned about the way my audio sound and stuff like that. And I get it. Not having your audio in tip-top shape and all that stuff, it can be annoying and stuff. But when I'm spitting, I'm spitting fire right now. I'm dropping jewels and stuff, and to be just concerned about audio, really? But it's shit like that turns me off on social media. It's shit that turns me off from doing live streams, because I'm like, what the fuck? Everywhere I turn, it's some asshole, it's some demon, it's some devil that's trying to make things hard or trying to just bring me down or whatever. Of all the things to say, you got to talk about my audio. But again, I know how this world works. I know how the energy is. You got to take the good with the bad. It's all good. But yeah, I'm going to try to not let this affect me, and to the point where I'm not going to do a live anytime soon or whatever. But yeah, I'm just over like the nitpickiness and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. I'm just like, I'm still like wow. And then people like that, like, you want to talk shit, but if you care so much, donate $500 so I could get my audio right. Hit up my Cash App so I could get my audio right if you care so fucking much. But no, you got shit to say, but you don't want to contribute. I'm just like, wow. Anyway, here's Linda Evangelista's chart. She's another one that got Mars conjunct Pluto, and that can deal with facial surgery. It can deal with where. Thank you, Natasha. Natasha said, Ravina, you give 1,000% to your craft. Fuck those haters. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really need that. And again, it just takes one person to throw you off. And I try not to be affected by the negativity, but sometimes, especially with Mars being in Virgo right now, sometimes it's just like, you got to say what needs to be said. And that was just uncalled for. But yeah, she got Mars conjunct Pluto and Uranus. So with Mars being in between both Uranus and Pluto, there could be some abnormality, some type of problem with the face that's brought upon by a surgical procedure or some type of therapeutic procedure. And because we're talking about Virgo, it could be multiple procedures that's being done. Oh, I got to tell y'all about a situation when I went on my solo cruise. Let me tell y'all real quick, since I'm harping on the negative shit. So there was only one low point of the solo cruise. Now, I don't like to pull the race card, but I do feel like this was a racist incident, especially because it took place during Cancer season. So let me tell y'all what happened. So for those that don't know, I went on a solo cruise recently. It was just a weekend cruise, and I just went from LA to Mexico. So on one of the days, I had reservations at the seafood restaurant called Hooked. It's a specialty restaurant on Royal Caribbean. So the waiter sits me down by a window, which I was very pleased with because I love window seats, so I could see outside and look at the water and all that. And he sits these two Asian ladies down at a table next to me. And about 5 minutes later, the two women get up and they're reseated over across the restaurant. So, I mean, I didn't even think nothing of it at the time until about like 20 minutes later, I'm eating my food and then it hits me. I'm like, I think those ladies are racist. And mind you, again, I don't like pulling the race card, but I think they were racist. And I think they asked to move seats because they didn't want to be sitting next to me. And I was like, wow, that's fucked up. But it is what it is. Some people are like that. But yeah, I think that was a racial incident that happened. I was like, wow. And that's how I know it was probably racist, because I didn't think about race when they first moved their seat. It hit me later. It hit me like intuition hits me. And it just reminded me that, the whole racism thing is still alive and well, even though I don't even want to think about it half the time. But yeah, that was the only low point of that cruise. And that wasn't even low because that wasn't my problem. It was their problem. The fact that they didn't want to sit next to my black ass. I was fine. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you, Full Moon. Amira the Great said that low-key racism stings. It does. Because it wasn't like I was acting crazy or ghetto or anything like that. I was by myself. I was being quiet and all that stuff. And I was just like, wow. But I understand. I get it. Some people aren't comfortable with other races and stuff. And sometimes, when you travel and stuff, sometimes that's going to happen, especially. But I dealt with racism as a child. Like, let me just talk about racism real quick. So I dealt with real racism as a child. And I don't think some people of color understand what real racism feels like, especially like the younger people, like of Gen Z. It's like they see it on TV or they hear it in news stories, but they've never really experienced it like head on a personal level, face to face. But I dealt with racism as a child growing up in a predominantly white town, and this white town was pretty hick town. And we're talking about 70s, 80s, living in this town, and where some white people would just tell you straight to your face, like, I don't like niggers. Like, they would just tell you. Or I remember one time going to pick blueberries with my family, and this white family on the other side, the blueberry bushes were singing "Go Back to Africa." I remember my mom coming home after taking a walk and telling my dad that these white dudes call her a nigger bitch. Like, stuff like that. Like, I experienced like true racism. But I'm one of those people, I don't like to pull the race card just off of some petty shit. So when that shit happened, it kind of took me back to those days where certain people tried to make me feel less than just because of the color of my skin. Or I remember going to like the first elementary school I went to. I remember this little white girl coming up to me and saying, my parents, they don't like black people, but I like you because you're different. Like, stuff like that. Like, they didn't think it was nothing to just say some shit like that. Adrian said, I live in the deep South. Trust me, I know how you feel. Yeah, and I was in Jersey, and I know there's a lot of racism down south, but there's a lot of racism in the Northeast in the United States, too. Like, especially South Jersey back in the day. There were some towns you couldn't even really go to at night in South Jersey as a black person because you would get run out. You would get run out of town, like Violin, New Jersey, Gloucester, New Jersey. But yeah, I dealt with that shit like head on as a child, and it does not feel good. So when I see some of these Gen Zers cry racism and stuff, I'm like, you don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you don't even know how it really feels because you never really experienced that shit. But yeah, I just wanted to say that just brought me back, that experience with those women in the restaurant. That just brought me back to that. I was just like, wow. But anyway, let's move on because I don't have much time. All right. This ugly ass dude is named Grigory Rasputin. Now, some of my history buffs in here know who this is, but if you don't know who Grigory Rasputin is, he's from like the time of the Russian Revolution, like the Bolshevik Revolution with the Russians and all that. And he basically was the healer for Tsar Nicholas's son and all that stuff. And he was like this mystic, holy man, but he was also a charlatan. And the reason why I included him was because he had a horrible, horrible issue with hygiene. So I just wanted to play this clip. I hope I don't get a copyright strike. I wanted to play this clip where it describes his hygiene issues real quick. Let me hit play. Let me see. Oh no, is it going play? Okay, here it is.
So Rasputin was shockingly popular with the ladies. Telling with the beard, he amassed a large female following early on. Like an entire K-pop band trapped in Dumbledore's body, he used his Lothario persona to his advantage, seizing the opportunity to promote himself and add to his own mystique. Many women found themselves attracted to his unkempt appearance, finding it authentic. It's kind of like that guy who shows up at your house party, wearing homemade clothes and in one hand a six-pack of kombucha and the other an acoustic guitar. He's just so real. Yeah. A real jerk. Rasputin also spent considerable time visiting brothels and had many admirers. Historian Abraham Asher even notes, some men actually felt honored to be cuckolded by the lascivious monk. Apparently, the mad monk inadvertently discovered a genre of adult film. Well, I guess he did claim to be able to see the future. The point is, Rasputin's sheer presence brought women to his side, despite his somewhat dubious hygiene. Oh yeah, the mad monk was the very picture of a sloppy jerk. He often wore dirty clothes to meetings with the imperial family and boasted about wearing the same pair of underwear for 6 months on at least one occasion. But Rasputin's legendary hygiene problems did not stop at his dirty laundry. They extended to the dinner table, too. Rasputin often had bits of food stuck in his beard. He also had a habit of licking serving spoons before they were used to serve others. And he didn't care much for silverware either, opting to rip his food apart with his hands. He lived like an actual bridge troll. Yet he still managed to acquire vast influence in the royal court.
All right. So that's Rasputin. I just wanted to give you an idea about the issues with hygiene that Mars and Virgo can produce. So on one hand, he was exemplifying Mars and Virgo by being a healer, and he supposedly did heal Tsar Nicholas' son from the hemophilia, but he was also very irreverent, very immodest, and he had poor hygiene. And that's very much indicative of Mars and Virgo. So he had Mars and Virgo, quincunx sun in Aquarius. That right there is somebody that just don't give a fuck about like hygiene. They are so detached from living a life where they have to practice good manners and etiquette and all that stuff. So that alone tells you how wild he was and just where he just felt like he could just do whatever he wanted. That shows that he was rebelling against custom and societal norms and things like that. The royalty is coming in through the North Node in Leo, where he was basically the mystic healer for the Tsar and his family. And then there was this story about how he was being murdered, and it took so much to kill him. And that could deal with the fact that the moon is conjoined to Pluto and is squaring Mercury and that South Node in Aquarius. He probably wasn't fully human either. That's probably why it took so long to kill him. All right, next we have Amber Rose. So Amber Rose, Libra with Mars in Virgo. And remember I said Mars in Virgo can be immodest, or it can produce challenges with modesty. So remember she had the whole slut walk thing. And, you know, Virgo is a sign of prudence. But when you have Mars in Virgo, you could be quite imprudent. Derek said, Rod, did you know his penis is preserved in a museum in France? I didn't know that. I'm going to have to look at his chart later and see how that plays out. Interesting. And I'm like, for what? Ellie said his lover actually cut his dick off so she could fuck it later. Oh, my God, talk about sex magic. But anyway, let's talk about Amber Rose. So like I said, Amber Rose, Mars and Virgo can be imprudent, immodest, a destroyer of innocence, and she probably destroyed her son's innocence already. I wouldn't be surprised. She probably walks around him butt naked and stuff like that. But anyway, Mars in Virgo, and guess what? Let me see. She got Mars conjunct Venus in Virgo, which makes sense because she got with Wiz Khalifa, who happens to be a Virgo. So she got Mars conjunct Venus in Virgo, which makes it very prone for her to be in a relationship with a Virgo male. And then she ends up being married to a Virgo male, Wiz Khalifa, who happens to be a Virgo, and he has Mars in Virgo as well. So that really fits. And then look at Wiz Khalifa, how built up he is. Look at him with the boxing gloves. Remember I told y'all about Mars and Virgo with the boxing. Virgo is also about mixed martial arts and martial arts in general. And Wiz Khalifa started training to become a mixed martial artist and all that good stuff. So that's very much Mars in Virgo. Sun in Virgo, but especially Mars in Virgo. He really whipped himself into shape. But even with that Virgo connection that they had, it still showed that they couldn't make it work. So just because you have a strong astrological connection like that, both got Mars and Virgo, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. Yes, Virgo rules the fingers. Very good, Amira. Next, we have Dr. Dre. So Dr. Dre is an Aquarius with Mars and Virgo. So with that Mars and Virgo, he has faced a number of criticisms over his career, and he has been known to be volatile and violent. I'll never forget that story about him kicking or throwing that, she was like a hip hop show host, D, and she was also in a rap group, Body and Soul. I remember he threw her down a flight of steps. And then Michelle Lay comes out and says that he was physically abusive towards her. I'm not surprised with his Mars being in Virgo. You know, that Mars in Virgo can make one prone to flip out, freak out, and become violent. So Dr. Dre has Mars in Virgo. Let me see what it's doing. Squaring his Sagittarius South Node. So I know he has a horrible, horrible temper, especially when he thinks that an injustice has been committed against him. He also has Mars opposition Chiron that deals with him being in the music industry and him helping to put on all these musicians, rappers, artists throughout the years. But that also makes me think of that how he was dressed in when he first started out in World Class Wrecking Crew, where he was wearing the glitter and the diamonds and the sequins and shit like that. How he was really able to change his persona from one where he was all about looking all flashy and sassy, and then he became like thugged out with NWA and shit. So this Mars opposition Chiron could show that he wasn't being his authentic self when he was in NWA. Express yourself. All right. Does anybody know who this lovely lady is? I'll wait. Some of my viewers who are lovers of fashion will definitely know who she is. Hawaii said, I wonder if he has Mars conjunct Easy, Sun, and Virgo. I hope you're enjoying this Mars and Virgo live stream, Kauai. Okay, who are we looking at? Those that are in the fashion know who this is. Okay, Kauai, honey. Anna Wintour, yes. Miss Lady J, Miss Wintour. It's Felicia, Anna. Yes, y'all know who this is. Now, just looking at her alone, isn't she giving off that Mars in Virgo? Now, Anna Wintour is a Scorpio, but she's definitely displaying that Mars in Virgo. And she always has that same hairstyle. Remember I said Mars in Virgo could be too routine, too predictable. So she definitely has that going. But she's the editor-in-chief of Vogue, and she's been the editor-in-chief since 1988, I believe. And having that Mars in Virgo works so well for being an editor. Like, Mars in Virgo is the editor. So her being editor-in-chief, very Mars in Virgo. Like, she is very much about getting things right. Things have to be perfect. Things have to be just so. Being meticulous. Being very detail-oriented. Being analytical. Love it. So, people have basically act like she's like this dragon lady and stuff, but you got to kind of be like that if you're going to be editor-in-chief of Vogue. I mean, you got to be very much a perfectionist, and you can't accept mediocrity. You can't. So, honestly, I can't hate on the woman. She got to do what she got to do, and she does it very well, especially with that Neptune conjoined to that South Node in Libra. She's just a natural when it comes to fashion, all of that. And again, that Mars in Virgo, she'll stay to that same style, that same look that she has. She doesn't ever change it up. So that combination, Scorpio and Mars in Virgo, can produce somebody like Anna Wintour, where it's like she's ruthless when it comes to getting what she wants. And she going to make sure that what she's trying to achieve is gonna, like, she's the type that will make it happen. She'll pull everything together. Yeah. That moon in Aries conjoined to that North Node also points to her familiar look with that hairstyle and the sunglasses and all that. Okay. I never thought that he was cute. Never. I'll wait till the screen catches up. But he's a Sagittarius with Mars and Virgo. And remember I said Mars and Virgo could be very much about providing sexual service. And I remember hearing that he started off as a male stripper. So Mars in Virgo could be a sex worker, could be somebody in sexual service. And I mean, am I wrong? Didn't they say that he was a male stripper? And I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't just women he was stripping for. He was probably stripping for the men too. And probably doing a little strange for a piece of change. I wouldn't be surprised. But I never thought he was Ellie, you done, I swear to God, you be speaking the gospel. It does look like he got stung by a bee. But remember I said Mars and Virgo can produce some type of condition of the fate. And that's why he got that star tattoo, because he trying to distract you from looking at his whole face. Like, he got that puffiness to his face. I don't know what's going on. Like, you ain't drinking enough water. Like, water retention, something ain't right. Uh-oh. Somebody said he does have a big dang. He got a big dang. Okay, but that ain't saving that face, though. And them lips look like a dried up anus. But yeah, so you see how we're criticizing his face? That's that Mars and Virgo all day. Imagine waking up to that face. And you know he the type, you ever dealt with a guy and when he wake up his sinuses are all jacked up, so he constantly doing that. He constantly like sniffing and snorting and stuff like that. You know he got them sinus issues when he wake up. You already know. That shit would cause me to file for divorce real quick if I was married to somebody like that. Waking up with all that phlegm in their throat, always sniffing and snot up their damn nose, doing like this with their throat. You know how they be like, you ever hear somebody that do that? They be doing that with their throat. He look like the type that'll do that shit. You be ready to bust him in his head. That head get real swollen. So let's look at what's going on with the game in terms of that face. Now, he does have moon in Aries. So that moon in Aries could deal with, he got kind of like water retention in the face, or like a bloated face, a little puffiness in the face. And then he got Mars quincunx Jupiter in Virgo. And that can deal with where he's dealing with some growth in his face, or where his face gets fat with that moon quincunx Jupiter. And he's insecure about it. Again, that's why he got that star tattoo under his eye. He trying to camouflage. He trying to like distract you from looking at the rest of the puffiness. Now, he got a Pisces South Node, which could cause him to, naturally deal with some water retention. He got Sun squaring the Pisces South Node, squaring the Virgo North Node. Having Mars conjoined to that Virgo North Node, that can't be easy. He's very, very insecure. Yeah, that ain't his best pick, but Pisces Moon, I tried to find a good pick of him, and it was hard. I had to go back to like 2001, and I was like, that don't even look like him anymore. So yeah, he a little hit up in the face. You know what he looks like? Remember I said Mars and Virgo could be a boxer. He looked like he'd been in the boxing ring for years. You know how boxers will end up having that swollen looking face? That's what it looks like he got. Okay, here we go. Monument Head. All right, we got a few more. We got James Brown. What did they call him? They call him the hardest working man in show business. Ain't that Mars and Virgo, the hardest working man in show business? And then he got Sun in Taurus. That earth energy, can result in, you working hard, you making plenty of money, you got a long ass career and shit. He had the nerve to have the word sex on that cummerbund. I'm like, any sex he was getting, I'm sure he had to pull a Bill Cosby on them. But no, he got popular, so I can imagine women getting with him. But I'm like, God damn. I don't care how much money he had. There's no way he would have been able to touch me with a 10-foot pole. But yeah, he got the sex. So remember, Mars and Virgo, he probably needed sex on the regular. He did have that song, Sex Machine. Get up, get on up, get up, get on up, stay on the scene, get on up, like a sex machine. That's so very Mars and Virgo, a sex machine. Get up, get on up, get up, get on up, stay on the scene, get on up, like a sex machine, get on up. Very Mars and Virgo, sex machine. So, I got to give it to James Brown. He probably did know how to put it down in the bedroom with that Mars and Virgo, could produce a good sexual technique. But again, can you imagine waking up to that face? And he trying to hit it from the back. He was like, turn around, let me do my thing. Let me get up on it and do my thing. Oh, God. How can you imagine trying to fit that head between your legs? Like, Lord Jesus. I'm not ready to get up and do my thing. Say it loud. I'm blacking up proud. Ooh, your inner thighs will be shaking, trying to hold them open to accommodate that head. And then the grease on your thighs from the afro sheen. Oh, hell no. And he looked like a biter, too. Like, he liked to take a bite out of it. He was a Taurus. Like, let's be real. So he has Sun conjunct Venus, which is great for being a musician, great for dancing. He had that Mars in Virgo, conjoined to the Virgo South Node. He was very much a perfectionist, a hard worker. He was very much about technique. He helped out a lot of artists. He was basically an instructor and a trainer as well. So yeah, he was one of the best that ever did it in terms of soul music and all that. But yeah. And again, with that Mars in Virgo, insecurity over his fate, insecurity over his hair. He could never get his hair right. That hair just never laid right. I don't get it. Like, what type of perm was he using? Because that hair just never laid right. It wasn't all the hot combs in the world, the ultra sheen. None of that was working. I always just wanted to try to do his hair. Like, like that hair. So yeah, him being insecure over the hair, being insecure over his fate, facing criticism. Can you imagine the criticism he faced as a child with that fate? Gee. But anyway, he still became successful regardless. All right. One of the queens, Grace. Riding in your limousine, waiting to get down. Won't you take your big machine somewhere in this town? That was my shit. Pull up to my bumper, baby, in your long black limousine. Talk about sexual innuendos. And when you got Mars and Virgo, to keep it modest, you got to resort to some sexual innuendos. I wondered if she was too. I'm on the fence about that. But Grace Jones, Taurus, with Mars in Virgo. Now, she had challenges with fitting in when she was young because she was just very different. But also, she probably had challenges fitting in to, those circles in the music industry, in the modeling industry and stuff, just because she was a black woman. She wasn't just black, she was Jamaican. So, she probably had some challenges with fitting in, being integrated, assimilating, all that stuff. So she just said, fuck it. I'm going to be as wild as I can be. I'm going to just be Grace Jones. I love this picture right here. I actually would love to have a print of it on my wall because it's so iconic. Now, again, remember I told you Mars in Virgo is about boxing, it's about training. And here is Grace right here wearing the boxer, what is that, a belt or whatever? And then she got the boxing tape around her hands and all that. So, yeah, even she was basically exemplifying the image of a boxer, the persona of a boxer on this album cover. And that's very Mars and Virgo. That ain't Taurus. That's very Mars and Virgo. So she had Mars at the 0 degree of Virgo. And, you know, she would have to go through a whole process of stuff when it came to grooming, when it came to like some of her album covers and music videos and stuff. She was all about putting paint on and all that type of stuff. But, you know, she faced a lot of criticism throughout her career. And I heard that she could be very difficult to deal with at times as well. Oh my God. I forgot he was on my list. Oh my God. I think he is so cute. All I want is you. All I want is you. Celebrate every day like a birthday. Now he's very cute to me. So Miguel, singer, Scorpio with Mars and Virgo. You know, Miguel has a nice little frame. Watch that video, Luke Skywalker, and you could see his body. He's nicely cut up and stuff. You know, he always pretty much looks well put together. There's a few images out there where he ain't looking his great, but I think he's fine. And I like some of his songs, especially Luke Skywalker, All I Want Is You. I really haven't gave him much of a chance in terms of like other songs, but I really should start to get into more of his music. But yeah, that's him back in the day. He was fine then. And then when he started to grow his hair out with them silky dreads, I was like, oh, look at him now. So he's really evolved, Scorpio. He's really evolved into a fine older man. I'm just really digging this look with these silky locks right here. And then here's another picture of him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He fine. But let's not forget he got Mars in Virgo, so he could be very difficult. And he did get divorced. You said he's a soft stud. He did get divorced from his wife, who I thought was a perfect counterpart to him. But that Mars and Virgo will fuck things up a lot of times because, again, a lot of times they're not satisfied with themselves or they're not satisfied with others. They could be very neurotic, nitpicky, very fault finding. And he does look like he got a little bit of that in him. So here he is with his ex-wife. So again, I thought that they made a really good couple. Both of them are very good looking, but obviously the physical compatibility couldn't save the relationship. I don't think they had any kids or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, you could tell he takes a lot of time grooming his face, like his facial hair and stuff, as you could see the way it's all lined up like that. He looked like he smelled good too, but you know what? He also looked like he could cook a mean pot of rice and beans. Don't it? He looked like he kind of smelled like rice and beans when you see him. Not in a bad way though, a good way. Look, he got a Scorpio tattoo right there. You can kind of see the scorpion tail. But yeah, don't it look like he know how to cook up a mean batch of rice and beans? And he kind of smelled like it too. And he always looked like he's hot. Like he looked like he run hot. But yeah, he definitely got that domesticated vibe, which Mars and Virgo can produce. Like he don't mind doing the laundry, he don't mind cooking and cleaning and shit. He probably know how to make some good carne asada too. Mhm. All right, so he got Mars in Virgo. It's forming a sextile with Saturn in Scorpio. That could make him a sex symbol. And then he got Mars square Neptune. I wonder what the hell he's hiding. Maybe he go both ways. So he looked like he smelled like tamale. Ellie, I'll take some of his tamale. Yum. The verde kind. All right, next we got this chick. I always feel sorry for her. I don't know why. I guess because it was her who started off being a tennis star, and then Serena came up and basically blew her ass out the water. And nobody was caring about Venus then once Serena came on the scene. Like, once Serena really started to become that, tennis champion, and I think she did beat Venus a few times in some of their matches, nobody was really talking about Venus Williams anymore. I remember it first started off where Venus was the truth. Venus was the answer. Venus was the future. And then Serena came and totally eclipsed Venus. And I was like, that's messed up. But you know what? When you got Mars and Virgo, sometimes you do get humbled. So she's dealt with some humbling situations. But we also know that Mars and Virgo is dealing with all the training that she's undergone. Oh, and she's a virgin. That's very Mars and Virgo. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Especially because her Mars is conjoined to Saturn, which means that shit is locked tight. She ain't giving it up to nobody unless they really show and prove. And it probably will end up being a man that's much older than her. And that Mars conjunct Saturn in Virgo is showing how hard her father worked her and all that type of stuff. But yeah, I kind of feel sorry for Venus because Serena basically, she overshadowed Venus. And Venus is basically pushed to the background. And Serena is much more outspoken. She's much more gregarious and much more, out there. Venus is more so retiring. She's more so, introverted, it seems. And a lot of that could deal with that Mars conjunct Saturn in her chart. So here's that Mars conjunct Saturn. But ultimately, it's dealing with her father being very hard on her with the training for the tennis, her father demanding perfection from her. She feels with this conjunction, it's like she feels like she can never screw up. And she's probably very hard on herself as well. She's another one that got Mars square Neptune. And in her case, that can explain why she ain't giving up the kitty cat. It could make her even afraid to. Like, she might have some fears about becoming sexual. It might even be she's afraid of getting an STD because Mars is in Virgo. So, yeah. And that Mars square Neptune, too, can deal with inferiority complex that she has, and it could be because of her sister. And Venus is in Gemini, and it's opposing Neptune. The sun is opposing Neptune as well. So she definitely got some issues dealing with her sister. Definitely. I'm not saying that they don't like each other, but she definitely dealing with a sense of inadequacy, inferiority complex dealing with her sister because this Gemini energy is included in this T square. All right, wait till y'all see who's next. He looked like a damn walrus. A happy walrus, but he looked like a walrus nonetheless. No, he looked like a cross between a walrus and a hippo. Do y'all recognize this man? Let me know. I'll wait. Only got a few more on this list. Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I'll let y'all go. Anybody recognize this man? Magic, yes. What did I say about Mars and Virgo? It can produce issues with sexual health, remember? And remember he came out and said that he had AIDS? Mars and Virgo. The Mars and Virgo is also dealing with all the training he underwent as a basketball player, the fitness and all that, but it's really pointing to the AIDS that he basically supposedly had, and then next thing you know, you don't hear about him having AIDS anymore, and it just went away. The story just went away. And then did he ever come out and say he was cured of AIDS? All I know is you could tell that's an expensive suit jacket he got on. Look at that fabric. You could even tell that white shirt is expensive as hell. Crisp. I just want to touch it. But anyway, so he looks well put together here, which is very Mars and Virgo. I don't think I've ever seen him looking sloppy. He always tends to look well put together, but again, that Mars and Virgo is definitely dealing with the AIDS that he ended up contracting. And he said he got it from a woman, didn't he say? And he got Mars conjunct Venus in Virgo. Now, just because he got that conjunction, though, doesn't mean that he actually got it from a woman. I think if he did get AIDS, he got it from a man. And this conjunction alone could deal with a man that's masquerading as a woman, actually, because you can assign this conjunction to somebody totally different from him in his life, somebody he was messing around with, somebody that was what we call back in the day. See, back in the day, we didn't use really the word trans. We used certain terms, like we used the word he, she. So the term he, she is very much Venus conjunct Mars. That's like the epitome of a he, she. So back then, when Magic Johnson was dipping his dipstick in just about anything that moves, I'm sure he was dipping it in a lot of he, she's. And I'm thinking that's how he contracted the AIDS virus. And no offense with that term, I'm just saying that's what we call, that's a lot of times that's what we said back in the day. Because we really wasn't using the word transgender or transsexual. That was what we knew to call it. But yeah, that Venus conjunct Mars, because it's in Virgo, it could mean he was hiring the he, she's, the lady boys. They were at his service. It could have been some of the towel boys with that Venus conjunct Mars and Virgo. So again, he claiming he got it from and isn't it strange that he never passed it to his wife Cookie? Cookie Johnson never got AIDS, but maybe they had a sexless marriage. I wouldn't be surprised if, after they had their son, because Magic, he only has one child, right? That boy, that man, what's Magic Johnson's son's name? I forget his name, but I think that's his only child. So that might have been the only time they had sex, and maybe Cookie Johnson knew what Magic was about, and she was like, just keep bringing them checks home. I'll satisfy myself. It was kind of a struggle back then. That was before they came out with the Rose, but they still had toys back then. So she was probably pleasuring herself. Just as long as he was bringing home them paychecks, she was fine, and he was just out running wild, sticking his dipstick into anything that moved. EJ, that's his name. Yeah, little EJ. EJ with the misshapen head, but he got a head just like his father. Shamanic Journey said Cookie is a paid beard arrangement. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, he got 2 sons and 1 daughter. So I guess after they had, Cookie had to make sure she was going to get those coins. Any smart woman that marries a rich man is going to have kids with that man, whether he likes men or not. So yeah, I mean, she just did what she had to do, having them kids. But yeah, I think she knew what was up. She knew. All right, look at this bitch. Who is this? A lot of you guys know who this is. I mean, she one of the most low down, evil, conniving, ugly, just trifling, despicable women out there. I'll wait for the picture to come up. Who's that? She's a Cancer. I forgot to mention Magic Johnson is a Leo, so we know he was out there getting his freak on, having parties, all types of stuff. Yes, Jody Arias. Is it Jody Arias or Jody Arias? I forget. It's been so long. But this bitch is a Cancer, and she got Mars and Virgo. That could be a bad combination when dealing with a breakup. And remember I said people with Mars and Virgo, they don't handle breakups very well. So she got so used to this dude being in her life that when he wanted to call it off, or when he was pulling away or whatever, she flipped and killed his ass. And then tried to come up with this elaborate lie and all this type of stuff. Crazy as hell. She even changed her hair and her look so that she would come across looking more innocent in the courtroom, which is very Mars and Virgo. Did I do a case study on her? I can't remember. But anyway, she got Mars at the 29th degree of Virgo. That 29 produces all manner of conflict, especially personal conflict, interference from third parties, love triangle situations. Didn't she kill him while he was in the shower? Like, she got him at his most vulnerable. And the fact that he was a Mormon is very much dealing with that Mars and Virgo, because, you know, Mormons, they try to live a good life. They try to live a life according to a prescribed plan or whatever, and trying to be like a goody two-shoes. And yeah, so she got with a goody two-shoes, or a guy that was trying to be a goody two-shoes by being a Mormon. But I think she even caused him to have to break away from the Mormon faith, I think, because his Mormon brethren, they were like, yo, your girlfriend is pulling you away from God. I can't remember the whole story, though. So she took pictures of him in the shower. Okay. Before killing him. Yeah, she is a psycho. But remember, I said the Mars and Virgo, they don't take breakups and separation well at all. All right, next we have John Holmes. Some of you guys might know of who he is. He was infamous for being a porn star that had a big penis. And remember, I said Mars and Virgo could deal with being in sexual service. It could also deal with sexual technique. Basically, that was all he was wanted for. Like, that was his whole purpose. That was what he was wanted for, his penis, basically. So imagine that's the only thing that you're being valued for. You can't feel that great about yourself. So we're talking about a Leo with Mars and Virgo. And he ended up, did he murder someone or something? It was some type of murder or something. I can't remember exactly. But he does have Mars conjunct Chiron, which could deal with where he was exceptional in terms of his penis. Let me see. He has Sun conjunct Pluto. So again, that's all he's known for, being famous for his penis, famous for his sex. But that also points to the death theme, the murder theme. I forget the whole story with that. But he did die from AIDS. He probably did with that Sun conjunct Pluto, Mars and Virgo, because of the sexual health theme. But yeah, he had a pretty pathetic life. Here's another one that has kind of a pathetic life. Little Romeo. So Little Romeo, what is he? He's a Leo. So we dealing with another Leo with Mars and Virgo. And that's the epitome of having a father who's the real star, and you're constantly being humbled because you can't measure up to your father. That's the epitome of being a Leo sun, Mars and Virgo. When you ain't doing it, when you ain't like manifesting the energy right. The Mars and Virgo, this is him complaining about not getting help. Who? What? I'm talking. Wait, who you said that I'm being harsh with? John Holmes or Little Romeo? But that, yeah, Little Romeo, you know, him crying out for help, saying his father hasn't helped him out. That's very Mars and Virgo. Him basically, you know, acting like he should be more of a star than what he is. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all, but I'm looking at his fate. So remember, I said Mars and Virgo can have you analyzing their fate, can have you critiquing their fate. What's up with that baby nose? Okay, he got a strange face. He got some very demure features, and that word demure is very Virgo. So he got some demure features, especially the nose and the mouth. And then you see how the chin is extra, like his chin doesn't fit the rest of his face. Do you see that? Like, he got me analyzing his face. Especially the nose, I can't get over because that nose is like a baby nose, but he's a man. Like, he don't have a strong nose, which lets me know that he's lacking where he should be packing. There's no way he has even an average size penis with that nose. I'm convinced. So I think that's the real issue. His dad is packing. His dad is the one that got the meat. His dad is the one that's carrying that kill box of sausage. And little Romeo is living up to his name, Little Romeo, because he ain't packing. I'm telling you, there's no way he has even an average sized penis with that nose. There's no way. It's very small, I could tell. And he can barely get it up half the time because he's dealing with the anxiety. I wouldn't go as far as to say micro Ellie, but it's the type where you're not going to call him back after the first night. It's the type where you're deleting his number. It's the type where you're leaving him on red, or should I say unread, with the text. It's the type where you go and say, I could have had a V8. It's where he doing you from the back, but you could be doing your nails at the same time. It's that type. So I'm not going to say it's micro. I'll just say it's not enough. It's inadequate. And I think that's a little sad. But, you know, you can't have everything. He grew up rich. So, I mean, you're going to have to take a few L's. So let's look at his chart. So he got Mars. So his Mars is in pretty good shape. But he got that Sun South Node conjunction in Leo. So we know he's dealing with some karmic issues involving his father. He got Moon in Pisces. And that Pisces Moon period can make him feel inferior, especially when dealing with women. So when I say he don't have it really there, and that moon is forming a sesqui square with Pluto, I already know he done dealt with situations, embarrassing situations involving women and sex, either where he couldn't get it up or where she started giggling or something when he pulled down his pants. Trust and believe what I'm saying. Trust and believe. And I think that's his real issue. You know, a man's not going to come out and just say, you know, the reason why I always have an attitude is because my penis is too small. But I would think, even though I'm not a man, I would think that would be a major issue, especially when your father got a big one. And you know he probably grew up seeing his father with his big one just swinging. So next thing you know, he thinking he gonna get the same thing, just like he thinking he gonna get his father's money, and he didn't get his money nor his dick size. That's fucked up. He totally took after his mother, vagina and all. Moving along. All right. Next, we got this interesting fellow. All right. I don't even know if y'all gonna know who this is because every time I see him, he's wearing sunglasses. You can't even tell who he is in this picture. At least I can't. But I know he got into some trouble with the law. You know, when you got Mars and Virgo, it's best to stay on the straight and narrow. And with this dude, he hasn't stayed on the straight and narrow. I haven't even really got into his court case and all that and what that's about. But yeah, it's like if you're not going to stay on the straight and narrow, don't be surprised when you end up in court, when you end up facing jail time. Yes, that's Young Thug. When you end up facing jail time, all that. Now, it looks like he got some hygiene issues, which would fit that Mars and Virgo. It looks like his girlfriend would have to tell him to get into the shower. He looked like he the type that like to go all natural and like going too far with it. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was dealing with some deep-seated insecurities starting from when he was young. But his Mars is in pretty good shape. He got some nice sextiles between Mars and Pluto and Mars and that South Node. He got Mars trine North Node and Neptune, which is really nice. So he might, I don't know what happened with his court case. What's going on? Things work out for him a lot of times. I don't know why, but he got Sun square Pluto. and that's dealing with the criminal case. But yeah, I don't know much about Young Thug. So Amira said, brother is accused of being a whole kingpin while rapping. Like, you made it. What the fuck? So he needs a retwist with his locks. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't really keep himself up with the grooming, even though his Mars is in pretty good shape. And Young Thug is a Leo. That Sun conjunct Jupiter. That could explain why he dyed his hair that golden color. You know, he's kind of effeminate too. And that's that Cancer South Node. All right, we got this bobblehead, Suge Knight. So Suge Knight is an Aries with Mars and Virgo. And that points to, number one, he was a football player. So, you know, he went through a lot of training and fitness and all that with the Mars and Virgo. He did help some people get put on. He even helped out Tupac when he was locked down, and I think he paid for Tupac's bail. But that was, you know, basically Tupac selling his soul, though. So Suge Knight was the type where he came across as helpful, but, you know, he always had a hidden agenda at the same time. And then he was very critical too. Remember in the Source Awards where he got on stage and he was like, if you don't want your manager all in the videos, all in the songs, come to Death Row. So he was doing the whole criticizing thing. And he was just somebody that had a sour disposition. So, yeah, he was another one. Michelle Lay said that he was physically abusive towards her. Didn't she say that? Wait a minute. Who was wearing a dress? Tara? Who was wearing a dress in a photo shoot? Suge Knight? Or, no, I think you're talking about Young Thug. It makes sense because Young Thug with that Cancer South Node, he's still tapping into his feminine energy. And then, let me see, Jupiter Going Wild said he made someone drink several shots of his urine. Oh, Suge Knight did, yeah. Hygiene issues. So Suge Knight has Mars conjunct Uranus. That's him creating the Death Row group. Mars conjunct Uranus and Pluto. Like, all of that is, like, representing that Death Row, especially when you take into account that it's opposing Saturn and Pisces. That's him also bailing out Tupac so that he could be under his control, at his mercy, basically. He has Moon conjunct South Node in Sagittarius, so we know he has terrible anger issues. But it's worked out for him a number of times with that Mercury and Aries trine Moon and South Node. He says something and he get people to move in. Like, yeah. Sun at the 29th degree of Aries, conjoined Venus. All right, here go another one. Another Aries. So, you know, when Martin first came on the scene, I got nothing but Virgo vibes for Martin, especially when the Martin Lawrence show came out. I was like, he's acting just like a Virgo. And then when I found out he was an Aries, I was like, okay, that makes sense too. But I was like, on the Martin Lawrence show, he was playing a Virgo all day. Tell me I'm wrong. He was playing a Virgo all day, more so than Aries. So it makes a lot of sense that Martin has Mars and Virgo. Like, you could just see it in him. And you could tell Martin Lawrence is a bit uptight. You could tell he could be very fault finding. I heard that he was very difficult to work with on the set of Martin. You know, he was always criticizing Pam. And some of that was personal. You know, wasn't he dating Pam when they were filming the show, and then he was sexually harassing Gina, Tisha Campbell. But he was coming for Pam hard, and you could tell some of it was personal. Amira the Great said he got allegations too, though, workplace allegations. Are you talking about Martin? Jules Verne said that next card. But remember, Martin flipped out. Remember, he was found running down the street with a gun, and he was like trying to work out because he had put on some weight. Again, the Mars and Virgo with the fitness, the insecurities, but also Mars and Virgo can produce some mental health issues as well. So yeah, he had a moment where he started skitzing and freaking out, thinking somebody was going to kill him and stuff like that. Jupiter going wild said Pam and Martin's arguments are iconic. I love watching. Yeah, they was vicious. Kawhi said he dated Pam before the show, Gina during the show. Oh, okay. BDB, I know. Danielle said they all worked together for so long. Now remember, Mars and Virgo is also about grooming and putting all the accoutrements together. So remember, he did Big Mama's house, so that deals with him having to get groomed up to look like a woman, and also him having to assimilate to the ways of a woman just so he could carry off that role as Big Mama. That first Big Mama movie is funny as hell. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm not too keen upon the comedies where the men have to wear dresses, but Big Mama's house was funny as hell. I ain't even gonna lie, especially the first one. She was like, I know you've been sipping on that yak. So Martin has Mars conjoined to Uranus and Pluto in Virgo, so he's very serious about his craft. He knows how to really get into a role. Like I said, with the Big Mama alone, like he was very immersed in that role, and that's very much Mars, Uranus, Pluto opposing Saturn in Saturn in Pisces. The Saturn in Pisces part is representing him getting dressed up with the makeup, the wigs, the costumes, and all that stuff. And yeah, but yeah, he a little touch with the South Node in Sagittarius, squaring his Mars, Uranus, Pluto, North Node in Gemini, squaring that Virgo stellium. He got Sun conjunct Venus in Aries, which means that he always thinks his way is the right way. You can't convince him any otherwise. I will say that can make one a bit narcissistic, where they treat people as extensions of themselves. Oh yeah, Martin was in Boomerang too. This chick right here. Some of y'all know who this is, especially if you've watched The Real Housewives. What was she in The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills? Lisa Rinna. But you know, Lisa Rinna, she's been struggling her whole life with that fate. And I think she got a little black in her. She is a Cancer. You know, Cancer deals with race. I wouldn't be surprised if she got some black in her family tree, and then she was trying to go overboard with the black spirit in her by puffing up her lips. I think she always kind of had kind of full lips, but then she got the Restylane or whatever that is that puffed up her lips, and it looks even worse. Like, she's dealing with some serious insecurities in terms of her face. And that's very Mars and Virgo. Make you just want to sit there and analyze her face like, let me work this out inside my head. Let me do the calculations because this shit is wrong. But yeah, she's another one. She can't leave her face alone and ends up making her face look worse, being very meddlesome with her face, not accepting herself as is, being very insecure. So Lisa Rinna has Mars in Virgo. She also has Uranus and Pluto in Virgo. Mars is squaring her ascendant, so she's never going to be satisfied with herself as is. She also has Moon opposition Mars, which she's that type. With that Moon opposition Mars, she might have to go through 100 selfies before she falls. They telling me, oh, I got to continue the meeting. Hold on. How do I press the key? Is it on my phone? They said press any key. I'm about to get anyway. All right. I hope that works. But anyway, Zoom was talking about they're going about to kick me off. But that Moon opposition Mars, this is her always feeling like she has to be camera ready. But then when she sees the picture, she has a fit. But it can also deal with where she takes like 100 selfies before she finds one that is fit to post on social media or what have you. But yeah. And that could deal with where she had trouble fitting into Hollywood circles as well with that moon in Pisces opposition Mars. Like, what has she really starred in? I can't remember. Is she like a soap opera star or what? You said, yes, Zoom will have you. Let me stop. Well, hold on. I got one more to go. I just got one more and then I'm done. Oh, this cretin. Pisces. Quincy Jones. So Quincy Jones is a Pisces and he got Mars and Virgo. And remember I told you Mars and Virgo can be about sexual service. Well, you know, one of his jobs back in the day was to procure prostitutes for some of the singers, some of the entertainers, some of the actors in Hollywood, in the music industry and stuff. He wasn't just all about producing music. He was also like a pimp. So he was supplying his friends and people in the industry with prostitutes, which is very Mars and Virgo. And then remember he came out with that book where he was spilling everybody's tea. And I said Mars and Virgo can be the gossip. So he was doing that. He also has a face that makes you want to really analyze it too, because he looked like a newborn baby and not the cute kind. And he's just like, ugh, he has that X factor. And I never forget hearing that interview that Tupac did. He basically wanted Tupac to be at his sexual service as well. And Tupac wasn't having it. And next thing you know, Tupac ends up dead. Now, I don't think Quincy Jones had anything to do with Tupac's death, but that interview can no longer be found on the internet. And I think that's kind of strange. So Quincy Jones, you could say he's a perfectionist when it comes to music. With that Mars and Virgo, he's very much about technique. He's very much a technician. But his Mars is conjoined to his Virgo South Node. So I wonder all the things he's done in terms of being in service to a higher power. I wonder. And remember, I say he was procuring prostitutes for some of the stars in Hollywood and the music industry. But yeah, he's always struck me as a sleazy guy. I never forget the interview he did with Michael Jackson where he's all like rubbing up on Michael's leg and stuff, and I was just like, ew. But yeah, creepy dude. Not surprised. He's a dark side of Pisces in my eyes with that Virgo energy. Those oppositions between the Virgo and the Pisces can just make him the type where, again, he's the type where he could be taking advantage of people that work for him or that's in the industry like he tried to do with Tupac. But Tupac wasn't having it. But yeah, so that concludes my video on Mars and Virgo. I hope y'all enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed myself, and I'm looking forward to doing the next live stream. So stay tuned for that. I got some more sponsored videos to do, so stay tuned for them. And I got a real interesting one coming up next in terms of my sponsored videos. If you would like to sponsor a video, just send me an email. I'll put it in the description section, my email address, after I close out this live stream. Any donations, I greatly appreciate it. You can always donate via Super Chat or Cash App. I'm sorry I couldn't get to any like readings tonight, but I'm kind of tired and worn out. Let me just make sure nobody has emailed me. Okay, I don't see anything. Okay, that's what's up. All right, but yeah, so I'm going to bring this live stream to a close. Thank you, everybody, for attending. Love you all. Thank you for your continued support. And I'm out. Peace, y'all.